Morning.
Morning.
Do you hate taking pills?
I'm not a huge fan.
No. You don't look like it.
No. Nope. I had a lot of ear, nose, and throat problems as a kid, grade schooler, and I had to take a lot of pills, and I had a real difficult time swallowing them, so I had to break them all up and put them in food, pudding, applesauce. I don't eat applesauce anymore.
Turn him down a little bit. He's really hot. And be ready to turn him back up when it doesn't work right. No, it's not even the board. It's just the internet connection. Sometimes your volume's really hot. Sometimes it's not.
Yeah.
It's one of the quirks. Well, no Gavin Brindley, but Megan there that was on the set, she was chiming for that Peralt for about 6 picks before your Rangers got him.
He's small.
They're all small. There were a lot of small guys getting drafted. I was texting back and forth with Jake for a little bit. He was all fired up because the Wings got some Swedish defenseman with their second pick. And the pick after him, Winnipeg takes some 6'1" left winger from the OHL. I'm like, that's the guy I want. He looks like a hockey player right there. I want one of him.
It's funny. The guy I thought the Rangers wanted was the defenseman the Flyers took right before them. I think Russ Orbiz or something like that. He was like a 6'2", and he was a right-handed right side defenseman. The Rangers have a huge problem on the right side, depth-wise in their organization. They needed defense. They needed wingers.
Well, like you said, this draft was void of defensemen.
Right, and it's why I thought, ooh, this kid falls to them. So,
yeah, I watched it for about 10 minutes when I came home from dinner at my mom's house and the Marlins game was in a rain delay. Once the Marlins game came back on, I went right to baseball.
And once it stopped raining, the Marlins scored runs.
Yes, they did.
With the ball not even leaving the infield. Hello, friends. Good morning, Paul.
Rise better go 5 for 5 tonight. He's been slumping. 1 for 5 last night. I mean,
that was after 2 for 5.
I know. 3 for 10. That's not very good.
It's not going to get it done.
Just not.
I mean, might win you a batting title, but what the hell? How do you give that guy a day off, by the way?
It's a dadgum good point right there.
Ten seconds.
You are listening to Miller and Moulton, exclusively on the Florida Sports Network. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
Top of the morning to you. Final Thursday of June. We're past the midway point of the week. You could see a holiday weekend from here, can't you? How the heck are you? Miller and Moulton here on the Florida Sports Network, floridasportsnetwork.com. Thanks so much for being with us. A special night in sports last night, and most all of us missed it. It just happens that way. Something dramatic happens on the West Coast. There's a very good chance that that we've all missed it. Not only that, there was only one way to see the game, and most of us in Florida don't have it. Top of the morning to you, Mark. How are you?
There we go. I'm doing good. Felipe didn't want to hit all the buttons this morning, so I just kind of waited for an indication that I can talk.
In full disclosure, Felipe has officially started a second job, right? A second job, which is dangerously close to full-time hours. So, and it's a nighttime job. So yes, young Felipe is burning the oil, baby. Welcome to adulthood. This is what you dreamed about your whole life, Felipe, right? You were a youngster. You're going to go to college.
I'm not burning nearly enough oil as the Marlins, though.
Look at them. Now I'm rooting for the Marlins even more, Mark, because our producer's survival, just in the world, never mind on this show, may depend on the energy that the Marlins can provide him over the next 8-9 weeks. And the Dolphins have to win right away, too. It can't get off to a slow start. We need high energy to sustain our young lad.
You know, we don't need mediocrity out either. We either need winning or disaster, because that way that angst will keep him charged up in a way that the energy should be high enough to get him through a couple hours every morning.
Right. Luis Ariz cannot go 1 for 5 too many times and have his average drop to a paltry 396. Not much longer, Luis, okay? Get your together. Felipe's future depends on it.
We're not chasing batting titles. We're chasing history here. Come
Well,
on.
And we had some last night. Mark, did you ever, you and I are minor league broadcasters. Hell, the two of us may have broadcasted our last game, for all we know, because neither one of us has a regular full-time play-by-play gig anymore. Hell, for that matter, neither one of us has a part-time play-by-play gig. So we may have broadcasted.
I haven't broadcast a game in 15 years.
Come on. I thought you did a couple hockey games. Fill in, I thought a few years ago. No?
I think I did color for a game. I worked with a guy that an old friend had me come in and do a little bit of hockey with him.
I thought you did like a 3-game series back to South Carolina or something. No? All right. I'm imagining that. It's early in the morning. The mind wanders. So the Yankees are playing the Oakland A's last night, and we're getting close to the All-Star break. And so if you're, 114-year-old John Sterling, and if you're a Michael Kay, who, like Felipe, has another full-time job, he does afternoon radio in New York, you get certain times in which you can raise your hand and go, I really don't want to do the West Coast swing, the last road trip before the All-Star break. Just tell you what, have the fill-in guys. They'll be happy to do it. They'll be thrilled to go to that dump in Oakland. I don't need to go back there. Oh, yeah, great. Fantastic. Did you ever, fill in or miss an assignment and your fill-in ended up broadcasting something historic?
I never really had the opportunity to do a historic broadcast. So no, I never filled in for one, nor did I have to give one up.
So imagine you're John Sterling and you're Michael Kay. Now, I do believe each has broadcast a perfect game before, but they were back in New York City. They were watching and or listening to the people filling in for them. As Domingo Germán, who his last time out, Mark, against Seattle, lasted 3 1/3 innings, gave up 10 runs, 8 of them earned. And so, of course, last night, he didn't even need 100 pitches to throw a perfect game. Yes, that's right. And for as much as we want to make fun and go, well, it is the Oakland A's and their record, they did just take 2 out of 4 against the Rays a week ago. So, I mean, we can only they are a major league team. They're a lousy major league team, but they really are a major league team.
First pitcher in history to record a perfect game after allowing 10 or more runs in his previous start. He allowed 15 earned runs on 15 hits and 5 1/3 in his last 2 starts.
His last two starts, he got 16 outs, gave up 15 hits. His last 2 starts.
And 15 runs.
Right. So, of course, on a Wednesday night in Oakland, before a big crowd of 12,479,
of which 11,932 were Yankee fans.
Domingo Germán needed 99 pitches, 51 of them curveballs, by the way. Somewhere, Bert Blyleven's got the biggest damn smile on his face to throw just the 24th perfect game in Major League Baseball history. Now, it should have been 25. That Andres Galarraga, blown call at first one, it hurts. It should be 24 with an asterisk, but whatever. 24th perfect game. For the longest time, Mark, it matched up. I think it was, I don't know if it was 3,000 hits and perfect games, or maybe it was 300 game winners and perfect games. They were the exact same. Fourth perfect game in Yankees history. What are the odds one of the 3 previous guys would be broadcasting the game? David Cohn was the analyst on Yes Network last night. He having thrown the last Yankee perfect game 24 years earlier. What are the odds, by the way, of the 24 perfect games in Major League Baseball history? 3 of them would be in that dump in Oakland. Catfish Hunter, back in the day. Dallas Braden against the Rays on Mother's Day. And then Domingo Germán last night. Mark, they've been playing baseball a long time. 24th. That's it.
Right. It's, no hitters have become not ho-hum, but now that you've had the combined no hitters with 4 pitchers throwing them, it has really taken away from a no hitter. That we don't think much of a no hitter anymore.
And also,
perfection's a whole different story, David.
Right. Hitters are also not trying to put the outside of Luis Ariz. Hitters are not trying to put the ball in play anymore. Also, they don't mind striking out, and they're all trying to hit home runs. So a no hitter, we think, is ever so slightly more attainable now than it has been in the past. Although the manager actually has to let you, pitch into the last 3 innings, which in and of itself might take a court order. So you got the perfect game there, Don Larson in the World Series. And then back-to-back years, David Wells apparently hungover wearing Babe Ruth's hat in 98. And I think it was 98. And then you got Cohn there in 99. And now Domingo Germán. I know he's not scheduled to come on the show. There's a part of me that wants to reach out to David Sampson and just say, hey, can you give us 6 minutes? He traded Domingo Germán to the Yankees. Now, before last night, Domingo Germán was best known for an incident of domestic violence that cost him the end of the 2019 season, and he didn't pitch at all in the 2020 pandemic season. I mean, honestly, before last night, that's what Domingo Germán was best known for. And Domingo Germán has seemingly had about 3 quality starts in the last 2.5 years. He was a huge enigma. After winning like 18, 19 games 4 years ago and looking as if he was going to be a young stud.
Little fun fact for you for last night is only the second pitcher to throw a perfect game with an ERA over 5. The other was David Wells.
Baseball. For those of us that love it, that's the reason why. That's why, the rut, the routine, whatever you want to call it, going to the ballpark. Oh, man, not another one of these. All right. And it's like, hey, man, it's another day at the ballpark. You never know what's going to happen.
And the scorecard was pretty clean. 27 up, 27 down.
By the way, very good job. I'm going to go out on a limb, Mark, and say that the Clutch Vodka play of the day in an hour and 15 minutes is going to have something to do with Domingo Germán last night.
I would think so, but you never know. The Marlins won, David.
That's true. Very good point. And the Rays rallied in the 9th to win. So anything's possible.
He doesn't care about that.
Oh, that's true.
It doesn't even matter.
That's true.
Arise got an infield hit. That's probably what it's going to be.
Jazz Chisholm homered, and he's on the cover of that game. So,
right.
But if by chance it has something to do with Domingo Germán, I heard 3 different calls. They were all excellent, and they all let the moment breathe. Good for them.
Perfect game last night in Oakland. Domingo Germán with the perfect game for the Yankees. Wow.
And just a little intrigue, what is it? Nobody talks to you when you got a no-hitter, never mind a perfect game going. So he's waiting to go back out there. It's 8-0 going to the 9th. Yankees score 3 times in the 9th. Probably the last thing they wanted to do. Okay, let's just get him back out there. Don't let him sit on the bench, get cold, think about this any longer. So perfection for just the 24th time in Major League Baseball last night. It was actually a fairly decent sports night. We'll talk more about it on the other side.
Hello, friends and family of Southwest Florida. Are you looking to tap into the electric vehicle market? Well, look no further, because we here at Southwest Florida Golf Carts have just what you need. E-bikes, golf carts, LSVs, scooters, and more. Come down and talk with one of our experienced sales reps, have a soda and a smile, and you could be cruising the streets in your new EV today. Stop by the store or visit our website at flgolfcarts.com and enter for a chance to win $100 off your next purchase by answering John's monthly sports question.
Visit Jason and Todd at the Diamond District.
We declared our independence in 1776 and have been celebrating the 4th of July with concerts, parades, fireworks, and new sunglasses ever since.
Todd, I'm not sure they had sunglasses back then, but let's go with that since the Diamond District can't have a concert, parade, or fireworks in the store and want to celebrate. So this 4th of July, with a purchase of $500 or more, you'll receive free Bose audio sunglasses.
That's right. With any purchase of $500 or more, now through the 4th of July, the Diamond District will give you free Bose audio sunglasses. Listen to your favorite music by the pool, while running, or walking the beach.
Visit the Diamond District now through the 4th of July for your free Bose audio sunglasses with purchase of $500 or more. Only at the Diamond District.
Visit Jason and Todd at the Diamond District.
David Moulton for Napa Auto Parts, and Napa Filters. Insist on Napa Filters for your vehicles, or if you're a do-it-yourselfer, only buy Napa Filters. Napa has a filter for almost anything on earth that moves, whether it's motorcycles, foreign and domestic cars, vans, SUVs, earth-moving equipment. You get the idea. Napa Auto Parts, Napa Filters. Insist on them for your vehicles, or if you're a do-it-yourselfer, only buy Napa Filters.
You are listening to Miller and Moulton on the Florida Sports Network.
So for the very first time, Mark, in my setup on this end, at the bottom, it says I can join the chat. But when I click on it, I think I can only join it on YouTube.
Okay.
But for whatever reason, there's a bar at the bottom on the right-hand side that says join the chat.
All right. Now, do you see where your chat box is, where it says post a comment?
Hold on.
At the very bottom of the page where you put the actual chat in.
Now it says connect to comment. Connect your YouTube account to join the live chat.
Oh, okay. I don't know.
Yeah, that's why I find it interesting. It's not Twitch, but now for whatever reason, I can chat. It would just be through YouTube. And of course, I don't have a YouTube account. But we do, right? In theory, I could sign in as
me.
As Mark.
Literally supposed to rain every day on my vacation.
Well, that would suck. Bring that Phil Steele magazine, baby. Don't forget it.
I won't. I'm so bummed out though. We got a whole thing planned in DC. We've done a lot of work to set up all these different tours and everything else, and it's going to be just crap weather. I don't care if it rains when we're if we're at the lake and it rains for 2 days, so be it. I'm not going to lose any sleep over it, but I can drink there.
You can drink at DC. It just costs a lot more.
Costs a lot more.
A lot more.
Tough to bring the daughter into a dive bar at 2 p.m. too.
It is. It is. You don't have anybody to pawn her off with. Unless your wife will let you go by yourself. But no,
Jake's coming up actually from Raleigh or from Greenville.
Oh, there you go. You still on the waiting list at the White House?
Yeah, I don't think that's going to happen. Booked a tour with Rick Schneider. John, he's a sports writer there, but he does tours. We're doing a Georgetown tour with him, supposedly. But if it rains, I'll cancel that because I'm not doing a walking tour in the rain.
That sounds like a song.
Walking tour in the rain.
Yeah, walking tour in the rain. That could be any artist. That could go from country to Adele.
Ten seconds.
I said walking tour in the rain.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton, exclusively on the Florida Sports Network.
21 minutes past the hour. Miller and Moulton, Florida Sports Network, floridasportsnetwork.com. Domingo Germán, if you're just waking up, through the 24th perfect game in Major League Baseball history last night. How about that? Needed 99 pitches against Oakland. You know, did you watch any of the NHL draft last night? Just bear with me. Humor me 30 seconds. Don't make fun of me too badly. Did you watch
about as much as the 30 seconds that I have to give you? I watched 2 or 3. I love watching them come up on the stage and thanking everybody. So I did catch 5 or so minutes during the Marlins rain delay of NHL GMs thanking everybody they could on stage.
Right. Got to thank the host organization and city, Gary Bettman in the National Hockey League, you know, all the scouts, right? And on behalf of, and you mentioned the owner, you know, and our coaches and our players. So did you happen to see the Montreal Canadiens pick at 5?
I did not.
So Carey Price, who officially has not retired, but he's never going to play again. They had Carey Price announce the pick last night. And Canada Relief in our Twitch chat room had a funny comment that said, David, you were almost drafted by the Canadians last night. It's because, Mark, they drafted David Reinbacher. Yeah, Carey Price had no idea his last name. This was a Southwest Airlines commercial live at the draft. Want to get away? He was lost. Felipe, remember last week when I said one of the most nerve-wracking things you may ever do in your life if you stay in this whole sports thing, you may get asked one day to throw out the ceremonial first pitch at a game, and it will hit you suddenly. Oh, blank. I've got a couple thousand people staring at me. I have to do something athletic. And while I think I'm still somewhat athletic, I haven't thrown a baseball in a while.
Yeah, it
Don't
wouldn't
hit
affect me, but yeah.
Okay. If you say so. If you say so.
What do you mean it wouldn't affect you? You wouldn't be nervous?
I'd throw it in the strike zone. That's what I mean.
Okay.
I would wind up.
So you've thrown off the mound a lot.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
I used to play baseball. I mean,
Okay. Well, I understand. But the key phrase there was used to. Okay. I'm guessing that was even high school. Remember, that's 5 years ago now. When's the last time you threw off a mound?
a couple years.
Okay. And remember, this honor is probably not going to happen for you for at least a few more years.
If ever.
If ever. But I said one of the most suddenly nerve-wracking moments of your life is when you get asked to throw out the ceremonial first pitch, because you're like, oh man, I can't throw this to the backstop, but I can't throw it in the dirt. You know, and then I got to go somewhat up on this mound because I can't throw it from the bottom because everybody will mock me. Okay. But I've never thrown off a rubber, or I haven't since I was 12. And right. Well, imagine, I mean, Carey Price, I mean, he's played the Stanley Cup Finals before. And now all of a sudden he's totally forgotten this kid's name. And then he's looking for the card and what have you, and he can't pronounce it at all. And so that's why I had to laugh at Canada Relief, because, of course, the guy's name was David Reinbacher. And the first time Carey Price took a shot at it, it did sound more like I was being drafted than he was. So that's why, remember, Felipe, we said also, you know, being the PA announcer, and I know you've done a little bit of that. There's a little, it's like emceeing a banquet. It sounds great, except when there's names involved.
Yeah, I'll do the PA. You can MC all the banquets you want. You got to go up there and you got to tell a couple jokes. You got to be nice. That scares the hell out of me. I'm always afraid I'm going to say something inappropriate. I'd rather just stick with the PA. You know what they do with the PA announcer? They give them this thing called a script. I can't screw up with a script. I can mispronounce a name and I can live with that. I do that every morning, 6 to 10 on the show. I'll botch one name in a show.
But remember, this name was on the card. He still messed it up. So that's all. That was my moment. And otherwise, I was checking the phone, seeing whether or not our buddy's son got drafted in the first round or not. He was projected either late first, early second, and it turns out it's going to be early second later today. So that's it. But Rays scored 3 in the ninth to rally from a 2-0 deficit. Josh Lowe, 2 out, 2 RBI double to win it 3-2. And with Baltimore losing, that's a 5-game lead, baby. And how about the Marlins, officially at the halfway point of the season? 47-34. The 6th best record in baseball.
Pinch me, David.
I don't want a
dream.
No way. It's not a dream. This is the South Florida sports run, baby.
This got a World Series runner-up finish written all over it.
Oh, yeah.
Yep. NLCS against the Braves. Let's go.
Wild card team, play-in team. What's the difference?
Hey, the Panthers and the Heat were both 8 seeds. FAU was a 9 seed. Whatever. Let's go. Canes were a 5 seed. Just get in the damn thing. Put your money on the Dolphins. Hell, for that matter, bet the Canes over at 7.5.
Ooh.
I'm telling you.
Ooh.
If you're south of I-4.
That's gaudy right there.
If you're south of I-4, bet it. I don't see how you can't. Rays are south of I-4. If you're south of I-4, bet it. Technically, UCF.
I was going to say, is it the state line with what the Gators did in baseball? And
well, yeah, that's true. That's true. If we're going to go south of I-10, although the Jags are technically like a mile north of I-10. So you're right, Mark. Maybe we're just do the state line.
Just
make
the
it
state
easy.
line. I'm telling you, Florida. It's where we almost win championships.
Yeah, but so what? This is fun.
Thank you. That's where I want to gauge Felipe right now. If the Marlins make the playoff, this is a really successful season.
1,000%.
I want you to remember that when they make the playoffs, and if things go awry and you come in here slouching and slumping and all disgruntled because your team's no longer winning.
Listen, I'm not one of those Miami fans that screams and pouts whenever they lose after
What?
exceeding expectations.
I'm sorry. What?
Are you kidding me?
Huh? Man,
You're
wow,
a essential Miami fan.
No, I'm very.
We've got tape to play.
I'm very grateful for the Heat's run. Even grateful for the Panthers' run. I mean, I didn't expect that to happen. But no,
Mark, I think that second job's already affecting him.
Are you? Wow.
Well, listen, this is how crazy it is. Not only would the Marlins make the playoffs right now, they'd be the 4 in the 4-5 first-round series against the Giants. Which, by the way, is who they played in the first round when they won the World Series in 2003. Let's just draw all the comparisons, shall we?
That's right. The Giants, the 5 seed, because the Dodgers right now are the 6.
Exactly. How do you feel, Cincinnati? Cincinnati, the Dodgers. It's like be like old times. Oh, by the way, the Braves have caught the Rays for best record in baseball. Very quietly. That is a machine in the National League. They're playing like the Dodgers have the last few years. That's the Marlins have the 6th best record in baseball. They're clinging to actually being in the race at 6.5 back.
Miller and Moulton, starting 5 coming up on the other side. Thanks so much for listening right here on the Florida Sports Network.
David Moulton for Napa, Napa Auto Parts, and Napa Filters. Insist on Napa filters for your vehicles, or if you're a do-it-yourselfer, only buy Napa filters. Napa has a filter for almost anything on earth that moves, whether it's motorcycles, foreign and domestic cars, vans, SUVs, earth-moving equipment. You get the idea. Napa Auto Parts, Napa filters. Insist on them for your vehicles, or if you're a do-it-yourselfer, only buy Napa filters.
Hello, friends and family of Southwest Florida. Are you looking to tap into the electric vehicle market? Well, look no further, because we here at Southwest Florida Golf Carts have just what you need. E-bikes, golf carts, LSVs, scooters, and more. Come down and talk with one of our experienced sales reps, have a soda and a smile, and you could be cruising the streets in your new EV today. Stop by the store or visit our website at flgolfcarts.com and enter for a chance to win $100 off your next purchase by answering John's monthly sports question.
Visit Jason and Todd at the Diamond District.
While talking with my friends Jason and Todd with the Diamond District, the 4th of July came up, and Todd was like,
Jason, the Diamond District is celebrating 20 years in business. Let's give something away for free this 4th of July.
Then Jason, with that aha look on his face, said,
Todd, I had the perfect idea. I was wearing my Bose audio sunglasses at the pool the other day and loved the feel, the look, and the sound. Let's do this. With a purchase of $500 or more, we'll give a pair of these sweet-sounding shades away.
It didn't take Todd long to agree.
Jason, you're brilliant. Who wouldn't want Bose audio sunglasses? And for a purchase of $500 or more, it's a no-brainer.
It is a no-brainer. Now through the 4th of July, free Bose audio sunglasses with your purchase of $500 or more from the Diamond District.
Visit Jason and Todd at the Diamond District.
You are listening to Miller and Moulton on the Florida Sports Network.
So let me get this straight. You said 3 out of the 24 perfect games have been at the Coliseum.
Yeah.
One of them being at Dolphin Stadium, meaning that 4 of the 24 perfect games have been at football stadiums.
Well, probably a lot more than that.
True, because has there ever been one at like Candlestick or the Vet?
Well,
Happens all the time, Canada release.
and also remember, for the longest time, the Pirates played at Three Rivers. So did the Steelers. The Reds played at Riverfront. So did the Bengals.
Was there one at Polo Grounds?
And I'm leaving tomorrow, Ambien. I'm gone all next week. We're doing a best of Monday and Tuesday, and David's holding down the fort the rest of the week.
How long did the Polo Grounds, like, when did they knock down the Polo Grounds?
I believe the Mets played their first 2 years there in 62 and 63. Cachet was built for 64 in the World's Fair. And then I think a few years later, they got rid of the Polo Grounds.
In that game that Jazz is on the cover of, MLB The Show, you can play in historic stadiums, and that's one of the stadiums you can play at, and it is so hard to hit a home run at center field there. It's like 510 feet.
Oh, at the Polo Grounds?
Yeah.
Yeah, straightaway center was like 465 or 485, something obscene.
Yeah. One of the strangest designed baseball stadiums for sure. Diamonds, quote unquote.
It's why Willie Mays' catch, and just I think in every other ballpark, that Vic Wertz hit would have been gone when he chased it down over his head. Yep, Ambient, Felipe, and I for 3 days. Mark, Felipe, does everybody understand, like, is he going to send me the link? And
yeah, you got to do the StreamYard.
Yeah, I got it.
Okay. No, we're doing the show tomorrow, Ambient. Felipe, I think Tom Browning threw his perfect game at Riverfront.
So there's 5.
At least 5.
At least.
Yeah, I'll bet you it's probably like 8. Well, Jim Bunning threw his perfect game at Shea against the Mets. Father's Day. Jets played there. Felipe, how many of the perfect game calls do you have?
I just have one, but I can get multiple if you want me to.
No, I would.
I would.
I
disagree with you. The radio call is spectacular. I think you just want screaming all the time. He does a perfect job.
I'll grab him. It's Yankees radio, TV, and then the A's one is the third one you're talking about?
Well, it could be A's radio, it could be A's television. The other thing, do you know 2 perfect game guys were calling the game last night? Cone on Yes and Dallas Braden was calling on A's TV.
Wow. Here we go.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton, only on the Florida Sports Network.
22 minutes before the hour. Miller and Moulton, Florida Sports Network, floridasportsnetwork.com. Got a couple guests in our 8 o'clock hour. Brad Gillie, PRN, will join us. The good old boys heading to Chicago. Going to try something new. Racing in the streets of the Windy City. Talk to Brad about that. And Kyle Sielaff, voice of the Marlins, will join us. I was a little worried because he had committed, and then the game got in a rain delay last night. I went, oh, come on now. This can't be too long. This goes too late. He's going to say, listen, I got to sleep in. We're flying out right after the game to Atlanta. Sorry, can't do it. I'm like, come on. This needs to be a spritz. And it was a spritz. So Kyle Sielaff will join us in 2 hours. Talk about the Marlins, who are on fire. Thank you, Marv Albert. Time now for
The Starting Five. 5 stories you need to know. It's the Starting Five on Miller and Moulton. Here's number 1.
Number 1 is perfection. Domingo Germán, the 24th perfect game in Major League Baseball history. He shut down the Oakland A's on 99 pitches, 51 of them curveballs. He's the 4th Yankee to throw a perfect game, following Don Larson, David Wells, and David Cohn. It's the first perfect game in the majors in nearly 11 years. You got to go back to August of 2012 when King Felix Hernandez of Seattle threw a perfecto against the Rays. 12,479 in attendance mark. By the way, Stanton homered, Donaldson with 3 hits and 3 RBIs. Yankees with 6 in the 5th, 3 in the 9th, won at 11-0. Lowest scoring team in baseball in June. And after scoring 11 runs, they're still the lowest scoring team in baseball in June.
I know the perfect game's great, but some of their hitters perhaps breaking out of what have been disastrous slumps. You may look back on being more important right now.
I know. I mean, Donaldson's nearly hitting $150 now, and Stanton's approaching 200. How about that? All right, I'm done.
Thank you, Mel Allen.
Rays.
Anybody else you want to get in? I mean, you got a Marv Albert, a Mel Allen, any other New York announcers we can get in here in the next 10 minutes. Let's go to the videotape. Oh, sorry.
Thank you, Warner, who could be listening in Southwest Florida.
Might be.
Good morning, Warner Wolf. How the heck are you? Rays were losing 2-0 in the 9th in Arizona. Things weren't looking good. They scored a run, hit 2 on, 2 out. Josh Lowe at the plate. Fastball right down the middle, lined it in the gap in left center. 1 run will score. 2 runs will score. And the Rays with 3 in the 9th beat Arizona 3-2. You combine that with Cincy scoring 4 in the 10th after blowing a sizable lead and beating the Orioles 11-7. And the Rays have a 5-game lead in the East. 3 in the loss column for what that's worth. Miami, the Marlins, they're 2-0 on this road trip. Scored 3 in the 6th. Cooper and Chisholm with homers. Marlins won 6-2. They are at the halfway point of the season with 47 wins.
What is fun about Chisholm is when he hit the home run, on the pitch prior, he attempted to bunt. Then he went yard.
There you go. Philly scored 5 in the 2nd. They beat the Cubs 8-5. I mean, neither the Phillies nor the Marlins are picking up any ground on the Braves. I mean, Braves won their 5th straight. They swept the Twins 3-0. Twins held a closed-door meeting afterwards. Listen, things are serious when you're holding a closed-door meeting before an off day. You're not even, leaving town and having the meeting on the plane. We're doing this right after the game. Rocco Baldelli was asked about it. He goes, oh, I don't know. They kicked me out, too. He goes, can't imagine it's very happy in there. We're lousy. Milwaukee beat the Mets 5-2 because otherwise the Mets would have won 2 in a row, and that's not allowed to happen. Did you get the memo? Yelich with 3 hits and 2 RBIs from Milwaukee. They stay a half a game back of the Reds. Mark, with the Twins losing and the Guardians beating the Royals 14-1, in one sense, we shouldn't be able to talk about the Guardians since they're below 500, but they're in first place. So what do we do?
It is the NFC South.
Terry Francona, by the way, missed his second straight game. He was told to stay back in the hotel room and rest. So he's had a lot of health issues in the last half dozen years. 64-year-old Francona, future Hall of Famer. But he's expected to come back in a few days. They just don't know when. By the way, Texas, Dane Dunning with a shutout going to the ninth. They beat Detroit 10-2. The White Sox beat the Angels 11-5. And so with Texas winning, the Angels losing, and Houston beating St. Louis 10-7 with 5 in the 8th. Altuve with the 3-run homer, the difference in that one. Angels and Astros now tied for second. But Mark, with the Yankees and Jays both winning, the Angels and Astros both fall out of the playoffs. This morning, there'd be 4 playoff teams from the AL East. Albeit, Toronto's just a half a game ahead of both the Angels and the Astros. Listen, just because the Angels lost, don't think Ohtani took the night off. He went 3 for 5. He's hitting 309.
There are so many great stories in baseball.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
I mean, not good. The Rise, the Rays, Acuna.
Ohtani, De La Cruz of the Reds. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Arizona, Cincinnati leading their divisions. The Marlins with the 6th best record in baseball.
The Orioles playing over 600 ball. I mean, there are so many great stories in baseball.
Mentioned Toronto winning. They scored 5 in the first. They beat the Giants 6-1. San Fran 2.5 back of Arizona. Dodgers remain 3 back of the D-backs. Colorado beat them 9-8. Dodgers are the last wild card team right now in the National League. Phillies 2 games behind them. By the way, San Diego lost to Pittsburgh again, 7-1. Pirates with 5 in the 7th. Do you know the Pirates have a better record than the Padres?
They do now. With that win yesterday, it puts them, a half game ahead of them? It's ridiculous how bad the Padres are.
I mean, the Mets and Padres combined are spending about $600 million, and neither one of them is 500.
Not close.
Washington scored 3 in the first, beat Seattle 4-1. NHL draft was last night. Connor Bedard went first overall to the Blackhawks. 7 teams had 2 or more first-round picks, with the Blues having 3 of them. Panthers, Lightning, neither one of them had a first-round pick. Made too many trades over the years. They worked out, though, but they didn't have first-round picks. Lightning did make a deal, though, yesterday. They lost solid winger Ross Colton. They sent him to Colorado for an early second-round pick, the 37th overall pick. 5th pick today, and the draft resumes at 11 a.m. By the way, Riley Smith got traded by Vegas to Pittsburgh for a 3rd rounder. They had to free up cap space so that they could keep Barbashev in the fold at $5 million a year for 5 years. The Devils signed Timo Meier, nearly $9 million a year for 8 years. And Mark, you're not going to believe this, but Arizona is still determined to stay in Arizona.
It's going so well there. I mean, with that beautiful arena they play in and the rabid fan base that follows them.
I will say, for a college arena, it is really nice. I took in a game.
Not. How many people does it hold?
5,000.
That's not a nice. It's a quaint. You know what that is? It's a good minor league arena. College arenas hold more than that.
Well, they do.
North Dakota would laugh at that arena.
Well, that's true. It's only 1/3 the size of Engelstad Arena. Yes, I get that. But for a college arena, it's quaint. You hit on it perfect. It's a nice, quaint arena. It is. It's right next to the Arizona State football stadium. All right, the baseball stadium. You know, You walk around, you see the statue of Pat Tillman. Okay, you go in, you had a couple of beers, you take in a hockey game. It was a good time. It was a good time.
I'd go. I'm not saying I'd try to be a season ticket holder, especially if you get minor league prices.
But Arizona says that, we're down to 6 possible sites to still stay in the desert. For the first time, Gary Bettman actually sounds annoyed. When asked at the draft, he said, basically, we're going to give them till midseason. And then after that, we may just decide for them where they're going to go. Okay. Tennessee State made history yesterday. Mark, you alluded to it on the show. We didn't get into it, but they officially announced they will become the first historically black college to play Division I hockey. Tennessee State, located in Nashville. The Preds are behind this. The NHLPA is behind this. The league is behind this. And they're going to start with men's hockey, but the hope is to play both men's and women's. All right. Cool. Let's do this. We'll say there are other colleges in the South, Mark. We've talked about this since we're based in the South, that have thought about doing Division I hockey. Part of the problem is scheduling. I mean, does Alabama Huntsville still play, or did they have to?
I knew you were going there, and I don't know if they still have a team, but that was for the longest time. They were a Southern collegiate hockey team. Nebraska Omaha has a team. Arizona State, I mean, that's not in the South, but it's a warm weather destination, has college hockey. So it is growing.
But part of the problem was, I think Alabama Huntsville was an independent, and putting a schedule together was hard. So we'll see.
Which SEC school would look the coolest in a hockey uniform?
Ooh, wow. That could be a poll question.
That Crimson Tide hockey. Ooh, that could look nice. And I hate Alabama, and that would look nice.
It really would.
Yeah.
I got to admit, a face-off late in the game, deep in the zone, and all of a sudden you got 7,000 fans doing the Gator Chomp. Okay, I mean, that could be. How about, you said SEC, how about Florida State? How about if Florida State decided to play hockey? How about those unis?
They'd look like the Ottawa Senators, wouldn't they?
No,
way better. That I'm with you, David. Those would go hard.
And then also imagine the crowd.
Oh, no, I'm with you there.
Right. Once again, Miami fan. It would go hard.
NBA free agency begins tomorrow night, 6:00. The Bulls, they gave a 33-year-old center, Nikola Vucevic, a 3-year, $60 million extension. And for the record, they measured Wembanyama. He's 7 feet 3.5 inches.
That's without shoes on.
Well, that's how you measure people. That's actually how you measure people, because people have been known to wear lifts and padded shoes and add, an inch or two to their height. So that's how you measure people. But when you go to the doctor's office, what do they ask you to do? Take your shoes off, get on the scale. They weigh you, and then they got that little metal bar, and they put it at the top of your head.
They don't always make you take your shoes off to get on the scale, and that annoys me.
Listen,
I'll take my own off. I'll take the wallet out of my pocket. I take the phone out. The keys. I mean, Moulton's wallet itself weighs 4 or 5 pounds.
I had him weigh it one time. All right, it was 4.3 the last time I was there. So, I mean, all I do is weigh myself with my wallet, and then the next time, 3 months later, when I go back to the doctor, I make sure I take it out, and I go, see, I lost weight. NFL. So Devontae Parker, if you're into analytics, is apparently the worst receiver in the league in each of the last 3 years at getting separation from DBs. Literally the worst wide receiver in the league. So the Patriots signed him to a 3-year, $33 million extension. By the way, the NCAA is talking about cutting the transfer windows in half from 60 days to 30 days. And also in basketball, creating a dead recruiting period for 2 weeks in August. And as we approach 7 minutes before the hour, that was
the Starting Five every weekday morning at this time on Miller and Moulton.
Quick vote on the text line for LSU with the hockey sweater.
Ooh. Yeah, that'd be nice. Tell you what, though, imagine them wearing the Razorbacks, got thousands of people in the crowd with a pig on their head.
Well, that's why everybody knows I didn't go to this school, and they're my rival. Michigan, when they play hockey, look great.
Yeah, they do.
Those helmets look spectacular. Notre Dame, who I despise more than all schools, when they step onto the ice with the gold helmets, it looks amazing.
And if Ohio State just remembers their Ohio State and wears the actual Buckeye helmets, they look great too. But they only do that like 2-3 times a year.
Miller and Moulton, thanks for listening. The Florida Sports Network.
Hello, friends and family of Southwest Florida. Are you looking to tap into the electric vehicle market? Well, look no further, because we here at Southwest Florida Golf Carts have just what you need. E-bikes, golf carts, LSVs, scooters, and more. Come down and talk with one of our experienced sales reps, have a soda and a smile, and you could be cruising the streets in your new EV today. Stop by the store or visit our website at flgolfcarts.com and enter for a chance to win $100 off your next purchase by answering John's monthly sports question.
Ladies and gentlemen, once again.
Yeah, hi. Excuse me.
Hey, the line starts back here.
Ma'am, if your party's not here, you're going to have to go around again.
If you had the opportunity to avoid all this, wouldn't you?
Salt Live is the official transportation provider of the Miller and Moulton Morning Show, making your trip to and from the airport seamless and stress-free. Salt Live is supported with the help of local partners like the Bayfront Inn. Gather your family and friends and enjoy a leisurely day on the water with a pontoon or deck boat. If you prefer to explore the waterways without a motor, the Bayfront has canoes, standboards, and kayaks. At the end of your journey, enjoy lunch or dinner at the Bamboo Tropical Bar and Grill. The Bayfront Inn, something for everyone on 5th Avenue in downtown Naples. BayfrontInNaples.com. When you need a ride, book with Salt Live Transportation, 308-8686, or book on saltlivetransportation.com.
David Moulton for Napa Auto Parts, and Napa Filters. Insist on Napa filters for your vehicles, or if you're a do-it-yourselfer, only buy Napa filters. Napa has a filter for almost anything on earth that moves, whether it's motorcycles, foreign and domestic cars, vans, SUVs, earth-moving equipment. You get the idea. Napa Auto Parts, Napa filters. Insist on them for your vehicles, or if you're a do-it-yourselfer, only buy Napa filters.
Visit Jason and Todd at the Diamond District.
We declared our independence in 1776 and have been celebrating the 4th of July with concerts, parades, fireworks, and new sunglasses ever since.
Todd, I'm not sure they had sunglasses back then, but let's go with that since the Diamond District can't have a concert, parade, or fireworks in the store and want to celebrate. So this 4th of July, with a purchase of $500 or more, you'll receive free Bose audio sunglasses.
That's right. With any purchase of $500 or more, now through the 4th of July, the Diamond District will give you free Bose audio sunglasses. Listen to your favorite music by the pool, while running, or walking the beach.
Visit the Diamond District now through the 4th of July for your free Bose audio sunglasses with purchase of $500 or more. Only at the Diamond District.
Visit Jason and Todd at the Diamond District.
You were listening to Miller and Moulton on the Florida Sports Network.
Oh, free cow. Free cow.
Good for you, Fitz. How was it? I've still never been to that park.
Do you have something here? Because I got something.
I got a short segment for sure. I got both short segments if you want. Well, I got nothing here.
Are you talking about 8 and 9?
No,
Or-
like 7:21 and 8:21.
Okay. We probably have to allow us slightly more time because I'm guessing Felipe is going to play more than one clip, or no?
Yeah, that's fine. They're not that big.
Okay. Okay, I think good. Then we'll have to do a 7:38 then. Figure out what we'll do then, because otherwise we got the show covered till 9.
Got a poll question?
No, I don't. But we put enough out in the last 2 days to just recycle one.
I did see one you could kind of steal for today.
Okay.
If you're at a perfect game, like last night on the road, and you're rooting for, the road team is pitching a perfect game, what do? Are you rooting wildly? Are you golf clapping? Or are you?
No.
I was going crazy. I can tell you from experience, and the rest of the Marlins fans were going crazy.
What are you talking about?
I saw the one.
I went to Roy Halladay's perfect game.
Oh, okay, cool. Wow.
Yeah, that was the 20th.
By the way, did you see the authorities came out and said it was not riptide? They said, don't get me wrong, they were not easy swimming conditions, but Mallet did not die in riptide.
You are listening to Miller and Moulton, exclusively on the Florida Sports Network. And now here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
Hour number 2 of Miller and Moulton on this final Thursday of June, where we've got magic numbers, baby. 58, 63, and 70. 8.5 weeks away. Heck, 8 weeks and 2 days away from week 0. Notre Dame and Navy in Ireland, USC in action. 9 weeks tonight. Gators in Utah. UCF playing a game as a member of the Big 12. More on that in a moment. And 10 weeks tonight. Lions and Chiefs. And the NFL season officially underway. So back to UCF for a moment. There is a tremendous story, in my estimation, Mark, in today's Tampa Bay Times, and it's been available online since yesterday. Our buddy Matt Baker and another colleague did some research. In fact, he sent out a pretty funny tweet. He said, yep, put this together. It was rewarding work. Now I'm going back on vacation. I'm not answering anybody's calls or texts or nothing. But they did a story on UCF winning the I-4 war. I mean, officially Saturday, UCF is a member of the Big 12, member of a Power 5 conference. While South Florida, USF, whatever it is they want to go by, it keeps flipping. I keep wanting to call them USF. I keep seeing them mentioned as South Florida. So they obviously are not. And so they approach the story, Mark, by saying, if 15 years ago we had said that UCF was going to be in a Power 5 and South Florida was going to be in the position that they're in with 4 wins in the last 3 years, I mean, people would have mocked us. They would have said, you can't work in this industry anymore. And now look at where they are. And so they did a deep dive as to why. Why did this happen? What is it that took place that maybe we haven't talked about enough? Their conclusion, Mark, the biggest thing, bounce house, the commitment to build the stadium. That's where it all originates from. And apparently UCF was going to play a road game at Ball State. And it was a private flight. President of the university and a few other and they made the pitch. And at the time, UCF was lousy. I think it was 2004, the pitch was being made. UCF was terrible. And they said, we need a stadium. And most, as they said, 98 out of 100 university presidents would have said, look at where we are. No, this is ridiculous. And they said, no, we need it. But their president at the time, and I think his name was John Hill, but he had played small-time college football. And his thing was, if you're going to be a Southern University, you got to play football and you got to play it well. You guys think that this will make a difference? Yeah, we think it'll make a big difference. Okay, then I guess we got to do it. Yeah, we don't have the money. Well, I guess we got to find it. So they think that was the number one of what, you line up 7 different reasons as to why.
Well, think about it. We had Alex Golish on, head coach of South Florida. And what did he talk about as to part of that reason is getting people back on campus?
Mm-hmm.
Is that alumni could go to every South Florida game for the last 10 years and still have not set foot on campus at any point in those 10 years.
And that they talked about what their average attendance was in the Citrus Bowl versus now. I think the last year in the Citrus Bowl, they averaged 26,000 fans. And nowadays, they've never had a crowd under 30 on campus. They're averaging, 40 basically. And along with that, Mark, was money. That when George O'Leary took over, and O'Leary's tenure obviously controversial. He had some, off the field things personally and professionally that, not good. But on the field, a tremendous success. And apparently George O'Leary, with his experience at Georgia Tech and elsewhere, he had a notebook full of, okay, this is what we need. Who's standing in our way of making it happen? And and apparently before the job interview was done, he agreed, well, okay, we're going to do this, which means we're either going to go through this person or get a new person. And then had it all mapped out. And at the time, which I don't even think we realized, and we've been doing a show together for over 15 years, his assistants were being paid more money than the assistants at Florida, Florida State, and Miami. His pool of money at UCF was more than the assistant pool at the Big Three.
That's staggering right there.
Yeah.
Think about. And to think if that's something that would have got out, that would have been embarrassing for those other schools.
Well, yes. And then also UCF probably would have been criticized. Look at all this money you're wasting. So then obviously you had the breakthrough 2017 season. Now O'Leary had some good years. He had the 1 year with, was it Bortles? They lost one game and I think finished with a final ranking of 9th. But, obviously the 2017 season was the undefeated season, and they declare themselves national champions or what have you. So the impact of that season, Mark, since 2018, 26 UCF football games have drawn at least 1 million viewers. In that same time, USF has had 7 games draw 1 million viewers. And of course, it begs the question, how many of those games were actually against UCF?
Well, that was where I was going next, David.
UCF has had 13 games in the last 5 seasons attract 2 million or more viewers per game. South Florida, 0. And they come to the conclusion this might be second/third biggest reason, because the Big 12, if you go back and look at their quotes, think about it. The Tampa and Orlando markets are almost identical in size, TV markets. You want to argue money if one market has a little more than the other, whatever. But, the president of Texas Tech, who was on the Big 12 board when they were deciding who it is that we were going to take, okay, they talked about attracting fans on television. And so one wonders, is it too little, too late? But this article goes on to talk about how this has been a 15-plus year commitment where UCF got tremendous cooperation from the powers that be on campus, and they were well-funded. And how basically, until very, very recently, if you were part of the USF football program, you had to beg, literally beg, to get things done on campus for the last 15 years. That the campus has not been all in. That the UCF president said, yep, would love to be Yale, but if you're a big university in the South, you got to play football and you got to play it well. Then you can be Yale second. And South Florida went the exact opposite route. Now it's paid off. When we had Alex Golish on a couple of weeks ago, he said we're one of the top 40 public universities in the country.
Right. They just got a huge accreditation, which they think if there's the next rung of expansion to big conferences, that they think they're poised because of academics that they weren't a decade ago.
Isn't that the accreditation that every school but one has in the Big Ten? Is that the accreditation that they just got?
David, I don't know. I'm sorry. I wish.
But you're right. They just got a big, hey, you're an elite public university. That's great. Your football program's won 4 games in 3 years. And so I found it to be a very interesting read, particularly since where is it originating from? It's not originating in the Orlando Sentinel. It's originating in the Tampa Bay Times, in which they just proclaim, hey, UCF won the war. I mean, and it's official Saturday. And what we have to wonder, we all think, Mark, we think there's going to be another big round of realignment. Will South Florida be a part of it? Can they get to, they may have caught a break here. We thought this was going to happen really quickly. And maybe with the Pac-12, if they can't come up with a TV deal here soon, maybe there's an exodus from the Pac-12 to the Big 12. But Mark, what did the Big 10 do 2-3 weeks ago? They released a schedule for their next 2 seasons beyond this one. So even if Oregon and Washington, there's nobody joining the Big 10 before 2026. I mean, their schedules are mapped out this year and the next 2. So, and by 2026, what's South Florida going to have? They're going to have an on-campus football stadium.
On-campus football stadium.
Now, right now it's, unimaginable to think that South Florida could join a prestigious conference like that. But, it was also unimaginable over 15 years ago that UCF was going to build the bounce house there and turn their football program into what they've turned it into. So, it'll be interesting, Mark, if you had to make a prediction. Is this too little, too late for South Florida, or did they save themselves from the abyss just in time and they're going to end up eventually where it is they wanted to be?
David, I think you hit the nail on the head. It really, to me, has a lot to do with what happens in the Pac-12. The stability of the Pac-12 could greatly help South Florida's ability to get to the Big 12 at one point. But if the Pac-12 and Big 12 end up in some sort of merger, for lack of a better term, or the Big 12 just swallows the Pac-12, which is more likely, then I don't think that bodes well for South Florida beyond the AAC.
Could you ever? I mean, USC and UCLA are joining the Big Ten. Do you think it's possible that the Big Ten would ever venture into Florida?
Yes, I do, for Miami. Most certainly. They can get Notre Dame in Miami, but then I think they're all in. But if South Florida thinks the Big Ten's a possibility, that's a pipe dream.
I'm just wondering. Just asking.
Miller and Moulton. Got an event for you, David. Next.
David Moulton for Napa, Napa Auto Parts, and Napa Filters. Insist on Napa filters for your vehicles, or if you're a do-it-yourselfer, only buy Napa filters. Napa has a filter for almost anything on earth that moves, whether it's motorcycles, foreign and domestic cars, vans, SUVs, earth-moving equipment. You get the idea. Napa Auto Parts, Napa filters. Insist on them for your vehicles, or if you're a do-it-yourselfer, only buy Napa filters.
Miller and Moulton here for the Clutch Vodka Play of the Day.
Mark, remember Nick Charles, Fred Hickman, the CNN Play of the Day?
Yeah, CNN did a nightly sports show. That was a while ago.
Yes, it was. Just work with me. Everyone liked the pod, the Play of the Day. So how about we have the Clutch Vodka Play of the Day?
Sounds good. Fun. Smooth. Like Clutch Vodka.
Listen weekday mornings for the Clutch Vodka Play of the Day.
That's Clutch with a K.
Located on the East Trail, locally owned Naples Tiki Bar and Grill is an outdoor eatery next to the Hitching Post Shopping Center. Island-inspired food with a true tiki theme. The best place in Naples to enjoy the beautiful weather in Southwest Florida. The Naples Tiki Bar and Grill offers a great menu for dine-in or takeout. Enjoy our famous pulled pork, huge burgers, and tiki bar cocktails. Don't miss happy hour every day from 3 to 6 and live music 7 days a week. See you soon at the Naples Tiki Bar and Grill, 11498 Tamiami Trail East.
Hello, friends and family of Southwest Florida. Are you looking to tap into the electric vehicle market? Well, look no further, because we here at Southwest Florida Golf Carts have just what you need. E-bikes, golf carts, LSVs, scooters, and more. Come down and talk with one of our experienced sales reps, have a soda and a smile, and you could be cruising the streets in your new EV today. Stop by the store or visit our website at flgolfcarts.com and enter for a chance to win $100 off your next purchase by answering John's monthly sports question.
You were listening to Miller and Moulton on the Florida Sports Network.
We had Bob Pockgrass. Oh, we had him in early June.
Come on, for the love of God.
We had a NASCAR guest on May 8th.
My computer's just spinning right now, David, so
Okay.
I can't see anything.
Well, good.
Good news is we got 3 minutes for it. that he has. And what I was talking about, and David's back now, so welcome back, David. Got the computer fixed during that 9-minute layoff there. But Jim Irsay is hosting, it's the Jim Irsay collection. He's taking all of his memorabilia. He's got a ton of musicians, from REO Speedwagon to Jay Giles Band to REM, and Jim Irsay is the lead singer. Would you go see Jim Irsay in concert?
Yes.
Sports memorabilia collection.
Yeah. I'd be curious. I mean, I wouldn't pay, big bucks for it, but yeah, I saw McEnroe. Okay. I actually saw McEnroe and Vitas Gerulaitis save the day at a Pier 52 concert because Aerosmith was so hammered, okay, that they were unintelligible trying to perform. And McEnroe and Vitas Gerulaitis and a bunch of celebrities, okay, and a couple other musicians joined them, and they did like a 30-minute jam. So to prevent us from rioting.
But some of the items in Irsay's collection, he's got instruments, and I'm guessing guitars. He's got the Beatles drums. He's got Dylan's guitar, Prince's guitar, a Clapton guitar, Garcia guitar, a Hendrix guitar, handwritten lyrics, other historical music memorabilia, presidential artifacts, the 1953 Jackie Robinson bat, Ali's Rumble in the Jungle championship belt. But the part of this that I struggle with is that if you go, you're stuck watching Jim Irsay sing with this band.
The owner of the Rangers and Knicks, James Dolan, is the front man of a band. I think it's JD and the Straight Shooters, something like that. My buddy just texted me and said they opened for Don Henley one night.
I think that was at Dolan's private party when he hired Henley to play, but
listen, I'm just going to throw this out there. He apparently is hemorrhaging so much money trying to build this Sphere or whatever it's called out in Vegas, which is supposed to be a completely state-of-the-art performance type place in which you have to produce an act original for that environment. You can't just do your normal show. And anyway, apparently it's costing him over $2 billion. Mark, I honestly wonder if he's going to spend so much money on this, he's going to have to sell the Knicks or the Rangers, or at least the Garden itself. He may still own the teams, but he may have to sell the arena, whose lease, by the way, was not renewed. There's a movement in New York City to basically move Madison Square Garden. They don't like where it's located, and they're like, Knicks and Rangers need to find another place. And they're like, there's not a lot of available real estate in Lower Manhattan.
Manhattan? Where are they supposed to build this?
Right. Where do you suggest we go? Besides, it's kind of a famous place,
Speaking of New York, I think it's time to go there right now for our Clutch Vodka play of the day. Felipe, I expect to know what you have. Please don't shock me.
Well, perfect game last night, MLB history. I was going to so I have multiple calls, right? I got the Yes Network call, the radio call, and then I have the A's call that actually features Dallas Braden as a color guy. And I was going to let you guys choose, but I realized that this is my segment and I get to choose this. So, Yes Network call, Domingo.
He doesn't even know who he is. He just went Al Haig.
Domingo.
I'm in charge here.
I'm in charge here. This is my segment.
Domingo Germán, 24th perfect game in MLB history.
Grounded to third. Donaldson has it. There it is. Perfection for Domingo Germán. Domingo Germán has thrown the 24th perfect game in baseball history. The 4th perfect game in Yankees history. And you will always remember where you were June 28th of 2023.
David mentioned it earlier, but heading into the 9th inning, it was 8-0 The Yankees score 3 runs, which is exactly what you don't want to do in a perfect game. You don't want to stall. You just want to get him out there so he doesn't have to think about it. But he closes, and he gets that perfect game.
By the way, that was edited, I believe, because I believe Ryan Rocco there laid out for 20 seconds.
Yes, he did.
Yeah.
He
so
did.
after he said perfection, blah, 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 he laid out.
And it was Yes Network, so it's TV.
Right.
So the pitchers are doing the work.
Right. But
And
yeah, both the Yankees' main announcers didn't call the game last night. Michael Kay was back in New York, and John Sterling in his 80s didn't feel like traveling. So, yeah, they both missed a perfect game. No big deal. Take off anytime, guys. Anytime you want.
Next time they ask for a day off. Sure, guys.
Sure.
That's our Clutch Vodka play of the day. It's Clutch with a K.
I don't blame the old man. I mean, to travel.
He doesn't make West Coast trips anyhow.
Exactly. And to go to that stadium.
You could have got it. You could get attacked by a possum.
Yep. That's how Lou Gehrig got in the lineup. I'm just saying. Just saying. Want to know why Jim Nance doesn't let anybody, Jim, why don't you just let Ian Eagle do the basketball? No, I'll do it for 30 years. Okay, before I give it up. No, that's okay. It's all right.
Never give up the microphone, David. Never give up the microphone. Miller and Moulton. It's our Clutch Vodka play of the day. Thanks for listening right here on the Florida Sports Network. Miller and Moulton here for the Clutch Vodka play of the day.
Mark, remember Nick Charles, Fred Hickman, the CNN play of the day?
Yeah, CNN did a nightly sports show. That was a while ago.
Yes, it was. Just work with me. Everyone liked the pod, the play of the day. So how about we have the Clutch Vodka play of the day?
Sounds good. Fun. Smooth. Like Clutch Vodka.
Listen weekday mornings for the Clutch Vodka play of the day.
That's Clutch with a K.
David Moulton for Napa, Napa Auto Parts, and Napa Filters. Insist on Napa filters for your vehicles, or if you're a do-it-yourselfer, only buy Napa filters. Napa has a filter for almost anything on earth that moves, whether it's motorcycles, foreign and domestic cars, vans, SUVs, earth-moving equipment. You get the idea. Napa Auto Parts, Napa filters. Insist on them for your vehicles, or if you're do-it-yourselfer, only buy Napa filters.
Located on the East Trail, locally owned Naples Tiki Bar and Grill is an outdoor eatery next to the Hitching Post Shopping Center. Island-inspired food with a true tiki theme. The best place in Naples to enjoy the beautiful weather in Southwest Florida. The Naples Tiki Bar and Grill offers a great menu for dining or takeout. Enjoy our famous pulled pork, huge burgers, and tiki bar cocktails. Don't miss happy hour every day from 3 to 6, and live music 7 days a week. See you soon at the Naples Tiki Bar and Grill, 11498 Tamiami Trail East.
Hello, friends and family of Southwest Florida. Are you looking to tap into the electric vehicle market? Well, look no further, because we here at Southwest Florida Golf Carts have just what you need. E-bikes, golf carts, LSVs, scooters, and more. Come down and talk with one of our experienced sales reps, have a soda and a smile, and you could be cruising the streets in your new EV today. Stop by the store or visit our website at flgolfcarts.com and enter for a chance to win $100 off your next purchase by answering John's monthly sports question.
You were listening to Miller and Moulton on the Florida Sports Network.
Did you see this story on Twitter? Toretta and Roy Cummings retweeted it, so that's how I see it. So Charlie's the new retiree greeter at Walmart, and he's constantly 5, 10, or 15 minutes late for his shift. Otherwise, he's great. Clean-shaven, friendly, does a great job. And the boss calls him in and says, Charlie, I love everything about you, but, you're always late. Can you get here on time? He says, I'm working on it, okay. And then before he leaves, his supervisor goes, Charlie, you were in the armed forces, right? Okay. What did they say to you if you kept showing up late there? Charlie looks down at the floor, smiles, starts chuckling, and he says, well, they usually saluted and said, good morning, Admiral. Can I get your coffee, sir? They're funny. I like that one. I don't know if your son's going to like the Eiserman quote from last night. Did you see it?
No.
We're still in a rebuilding phase. We're still in a collecting assets through the draft. We're still there. We're not at a point where we feel like, hey, we can really start to go for it, so to speak. We're progressing, and I hope to be there sooner than later.
It's realistic.
So you don't think, like, do you think they're where Buffalo is? Because, like, I think if I'm running Buffalo this year, I'm like, I think we should get 90 plus points this year.
No, I think they're easily a year behind Buffalo.
Okay. By the way, this just in, I think Jack Eichel was right. I digress. You got anything here? I got something.
Okay.
No, if you got something, go with it.
Go.
Okay.
What I get? One news press article.
Is that what did it, you think?
News press took me down.
They could probably use a better computer, though.
They all thanked the Nashville GM that retired too. Every one of them. Poyle. Every one of them. No, he did not, Larry. He'll get drafted today.
11 a.m. the draft starts, by the way.
On Plus, though, too, I think.
NHL Network, I think.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton, only on the Florida Sports Network. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
22 minutes before the hour, Brad Gillie, PRN. We'll talk about NASCAR and the experiment this weekend in Chicago. Is it going to work? People going to go? And if so, are those people very different from the normal NASCAR fan? And is that why they're doing this? So we'll talk to Brad Gillie about that and the NASCAR season. It just passed the midway point, coming up at the top of the hour. And the radio voice of the Marlins to join us 1 hour from now. That's the sixth best team in baseball, ladies and gentlemen. Okay? Just make sure you show some respect. Yeah.
What are you, Fredo over there?
I'm smart. Some people say I'm dumb, but I'm not. I'm smart.
And I want respect.
You know who else wants respect? Gus Malzahn and UCF. Did you hear Gus yesterday? They're joining the Big 12. It's power conference, baby. They're feeling it. And they're pretty sure the Big 12 is going to add half the Pac-12. It's going to be a player. And they're in it. Malzahn. Think about the Big Three. It's time for the Big Four. You look at the last 6-8 years, we've been as good or better as any of those other programs. All right, here we go. Talked about this, was it ever going to be the Big Four? Hell, for a while there, UCF and USF both making the case, make it a Big Five. All right. Now, listen, he's got to admit, he's jumping on those three at the right time.
Absolutely. No better time. In fact, you were just talking a couple segments ago about the bounce house and what's that's done. And Miami doesn't have one of those.
No. In fact, we tried to compliment Alex Golish in the South Florida program, point out, hey, you're going to have an on-campus stadium. Miami doesn't even have one of those. And he was like, I don't give a damn.
I don't care about Miami.
Oh, okay, coach. Just trying to say good things about you, but all right. Talk to you soon. So, all right. Let's not let the facts get in the way of a good narrative. All right. 7 years ago, UCF went 6-7. 8 years ago, they went 0-12. So what we're really talking about here is the last 6 years. All right. Now they have won 59 games in the last 6 years. They won the Peach Bowl. They won the Gasparilla Bowl a couple times. They had that undefeated season. They've beaten some good teams. But during that time, Florida's won the Peach Bowl, the Cotton Bowl, and the SEC East. Even though Gator fans are in a state of despair right now. And as was pointed out in this article that I'm thumbing through, if you switch Temple and UConn with Georgia and Tennessee, what would UCF's record be over the last 6 years? Yes,
because they are picked 8th in the Big
Right.
12 this year.
I know.
That's the best of the 4 new Big 12 teams, by the way.
So, the other thing is, Gus has gone 9-3 and 8-4 here. This ain't Scott Frost coming off of back-to-back undefeated regular seasons. So I don't know. Put it this way. They are in a power conference beginning Saturday.
Got to tell you, I just look at that schedule, David, and just their schedule.
Uh-huh.
It looks so legitimate now. When you see at Oklahoma, hosting Oklahoma State, hosting West Virginia, it just looks different.
I think UCF announced yesterday their Big 12 home opener is at Baylor in late September, already sold out. And if that game, that'll be the hottest game, of the year. That'll be the most uncomfortable game you figure for fans to be in the stands for, will be that one. So I figure if that one's selling out, that the rest will too. All right. If UCF, how many years, over under 3.5, how many years till they compete in the Big 12 championship game? Over under 3.5.
It's really good.
Thank you.
Because obviously Oklahoma and Texas are leaving.
Right. But they're here now. And if they're picked 8th, even though TCU was picked, I think 7th a year ago, but we're figuring they ain't playing this year. So one of the 3 years in question's already gone. Because basically what I'm getting at, Mark, is what if they play for and win a Big 12 title in the next 5 years? At that moment, is it like, well, it's the Big Four? Come on, they are the Big 12 champs. If they win a Big 12 title, and Oklahoma and Texas are going to leave, and let's just say 4 or 6 Pac-12 schools join it. And it's 16, 18 teams in that conference. Let's just stop it at the 2 Arizona schools, Utah, Colorado. The holdovers, UCF plays for and or wins the Big 12 championship before this decade is out, is it the Big Four?
Yes. Unquestioned. Because that means they'll be where, David? If they win the Big 12 championship, they're playing for a national title. They're in the college football. I mean, they're not in the national, but they have an opportunity to play for a national title. They're going to be in the playoff.
Well, and there's a very good chance they'll be hosting a playoff game. I mean, I would have to believe that the Big 12 champion would be a top 8 seed. You know, they might be 7 or 8, but I would like to think that they would get a home game. That'd be pretty cool. Got to admit. So that's what I'm wondering. So I think most of us would say to Gus, hey, listen, you're feeling it. We get it. We get it. You know, good luck this year. You've played for a national championship. You know what big time football looks like and feels like. You were the offensive coordinator for a national champion. Okay. You're not there yet. We know it, but we know what you're doing. But so is that the line in the sand? Play for or win?
I think
Big 12 title.
I think play for. I mean, of all these ACC championships that Miami's been playing for.
Ooh, look at you. Look at you.
I mean,
hey, facts. Don't let the facts get in the way here. I understand. That's a good one, by the way. We're at a political debate right there. You just kicked my butt. You got to make sure the camera's on you. You smile. Don't be caught looking at your watch. Make sure you look right into the camera and smile. I kicked his butt. Guys, let me know when you get to foreign policy. I'll make it worse.
So I think just getting there makes it the Big Four.
So if they get to the Big 12 title game at that moment, it's the Big Four. Tell you what. Okay. You asked me for a poll question. I'll give you one.
Oh, look at this.
I'll give you one. Who gets to the conference championship game first, Florida or UCF?
Or Miami.
Well,
really?
I think most people would vote Miami. It'd be too easy. Okay, but fine. Do it. Yeah, sure. Miami, Florida, UCF. Which football program gets to their conference championship game first? Smoke them if you got them, ladies and gentlemen.
Oh, boy.
There you go. That's my retort.
That is hit. It's in a hell of a retort right there.
That's my retort. Hoping
because
the cameras.
Both Gator fan and Miami fan puffed their chest out. Listen, don't you dare say UCF's going to get to a conference championship game before us.
And then Gator fans going, yeah, but we ain't getting there before 2025 at the earliest. I mean, at the earliest. If every damn thing in the world goes right, the earliest we're getting there is 3 years from now. 3 seasons anyway. So, I mean, basically, we're asking Gator fan, if we ask the UCF fan over under 3.5 years, how many years will it take you to play for the Big 12 title? We're basically saying the Gator fan, over under. I'll tell you what, Gator fan, I'll go 4.5. Now, this year counts. So that's 23, 24, 25, 26. And listen, Napier is crushing it right now in recruiting. He's doing a great job. In state, they're doing the best job they've done in years. He's getting 4 and 5 stars from outside the state of Florida to say yes to the Gators. They're winning recruiting battles. I mean, by the way, they've been head-to-head for 3 players with Penn State. They're 3-0. So, I mean, Napier's getting it done. Look at that roster. He needs to.
But those divisions are going away.
Uh-huh.
Adding 2 more quality teams to the conference.
They're playing 11 Power 5 games in 2024. They're non-conference or Florida, Miami, and UCF. I will say, I think you got to come up with a state championship trophy that year, don't you? If the Gators go, Florida State, Miami, UCF, I mean, they got to get a little something for the area. If they have a winning record and 2-1, 3-0, I mean, give them some hardware for goodness sakes.
You spent too much time in the Upper Midwest. We don't need trophies for regular season games.
Come on. Michigan and Minnesota don't play every year anymore. Let the in-state thing in 2024 be for the little brown jug.
Sure.
look really awkward. Michigan, Minnesota, Michigan, and all that maize and blue and brown that's on it. And then all of a sudden the Gator logo, boom. Anyway, be like, hey, what the heck's going on?
I love it for a poll question. You don't want to answer the poll question. You want to answer on the text line. 21,000 is the number.
But just, this is a serious question. We're having some fun here. But if UCF gets to a Big 12 championship game or wins it, which is that enough for you to go, well, hell, that's Big 4 then. Big 3 is now the Big 4. They won the Big 12, or they played in the Big 12 championship game. Is that enough for you to go, hey, man, got to give it to them? They've done it.
So we really have two poll questions here. We have the UCF Big 4 poll question, and which team gets to their conference championship first. It's 2 days in a row, David, that we could have multiple poll questions.
Remember, the ACC's going away from divisions also, right?
Right.
So, I mean, this is the last year Miami gets to try to win their division. Otherwise, we all know who they're going to have to go through. Going to have to go through Clemson and Florida State at the very least. Leapfrog one of them to even have a chance of getting in the game. So it ain't going to be easy for Miami either. He's getting it done in recruiting too. It is impressive what Napier and Cristobal are doing, because Napier's coming off back-to-back 6 and 7 seasons, only one of them his, and Mario's coming off of, 5 and 7? So, I mean, it's tough to recruit when you're not winning, and they're both getting it done.
See how long the pocketbooks last in each, because Miami, I think, Ruiz, you mentioned it, with what's going on with his company, how that's going to, if it hurts the collective at all.
So there you have it. Have a little fun with Gus, and then take in what Gus is saying seriously and saying, all right, when will Gus be right?
Or will he?
Yeah. Or do you just think, I don't care. If it's a Big 12 without Oklahoma and Texas, winning it doesn't. I know they'll get in the playoff. It's a big deal. So will the Sun Belt champion, for all we know. Who cares? Oh, all right.
How long, by the way, before they have to redo who makes the college football playoff if the Pac-12 goes away?
Ooh, see, that ink's already dried. So if, here's the thing. Will the Pac-12 go away, or will they just grab half the Mountain West and what have you? A few teams from Conference USA, and it'll just be a poor facsimile of itself.
Playoff will look strange with two power conferences getting in every at-large, except for maybe one. I mean, the ACC will have the opportunity to get one at-large. The rest of the at-large bids will be going to the Big Ten and the SEC.
Probably. But yeah, if the Pac-12 goes away, though, and they're taking the top 6 conference champions, then Power 5 becomes Power 4, and we're going to have 2 of the, quote, others. So between AAC, Mountain West, Sun Belt, Conference USA, 2 of those 4 every year are going to be in the playoff.
Back to our South Florida part of this, why would you want to leave if those things happen? South Florida could put themselves in a hell of a position in the AAC. They'll win first, obviously. But it will be fascinating to see what happens with conference realignment and how as you said, the ink's dry.
Yeah, that deal's done, baby. And not only that, I think it's a 12-year deal. I think it goes to like the middle of next decade. I'll look that up.
Miller and Moulton. We will switch gears on the other side and talk some NASCAR. Brad Gillie.
See what you did there? Switch gears, NASCAR. Nice.
Well, NASCAR.
Right, yeah, I caught that.
You draw it out just a little bit longer.
I did. Just a little pinch between your chicken gums.
Your tobacco satisfaction. On Miller and Moulton, right here on the Florida Sports Network.
Hi. Excuse me.
Hey, the line starts back here. Ma'am, if your party's not here, you're going to have to go.
If you had the opportunity to avoid all this, wouldn't you?
Salt Live is the official transportation provider of the Miller and Moulton Morning Show, making your trip to and from the airport seamless and stress-free. Salt Live is supported with the help of local partners like the Bayfront Inn. Gather your family and friends and enjoy a leisurely day on the water with a pontoon or deck boat. If you prefer to explore the waterways without a motor, the Bayfront has canoes, standboards, and kayaks. At the end of your journey, enjoy lunch or dinner at the Bamboo Tropical Bar and Grill. The Bayfront Inn, something for everyone on 5th Avenue in downtown Naples. BayfrontInNaples.com. When you need a ride, book with Salt Live Transportation, 308-8686, or book on saltlivetransportation.com.
David Moulton for Napa, Napa Auto Parts, and Napa Filters. Insist on Napa filters for your vehicles, or if you're a do-it-yourselfer, only buy Napa filters. Napa has a filter for almost anything on earth that moves, whether it's motorcycles, foreign and domestic cars, vans, SUVs, earth-moving equipment. You get the idea. Napa Auto Parts, Napa filters. Insist on them for your vehicles, or if you're a do-it-yourselfer, only buy Napa filters.
Visit Jason and Todd at the Diamond District.
While talking with my friends Jason and Todd with the Diamond District, the 4th of July came up, and Todd was like,
Jason, the Diamond District is celebrating 20 years in business. Let's give something away for free this 4th of July.
Then Jason, with that aha look on his face, said,
Todd, I had the perfect idea. I was wearing my Bose audio sunglasses at the pool the other day and loved the feel, the look, and the sound. Let's do this. With a purchase of $500 or more, we'll give a pair of these sweet sounding shades away.
It didn't take Todd long to agree.
Jason, you're brilliant. Who wouldn't want Bose audio sunglasses? And for a purchase of $500 or more, it's a no-brainer.
It is a no-brainer. Now through the 4th of July, free Bose audio sunglasses with your purchase of $500 or more from the Diamond District.
Visit Jason and Todd at the Diamond District.
Hello, friends and family of Southwest Florida. Are you looking to tap into the electric vehicle market? Well, look no further, because we here at Southwest Florida Golf Carts have just what you need. E-bikes, golf carts, LSVs, scooters, and more. Come down and talk with one of our experienced sales reps, have a soda and a smile, and you could be cruising the streets in your new EV today. Stop by the store or visit our website at flgolfcarts.com and enter for a chance to win $100 off your next purchase by answering John's monthly sports question.
You were listening to Miller and Moulton on the Florida Sports Network.
That's funny, Clark. I like that Ambient doesn't know what a handkerchief is.
That's outstanding.
All right. I'm turning. Now I got to remind myself to turn the AC back down to 69 when I.
Well, Hops, early September to mid-October is when we're having the redesign of our condo. And even though the bedroom's not being fully redesigned, it is, I think, going to be repainted. And at that moment, I will put the sign up over my shoulder. I'll put it up in the middle of the wall. Boom. Don't know if you'll be able to see it with this glorious angle that we have, but what I thought was interesting, the only interesting part about the NHL schedule, Ken and Relief, to me, is that they decided to make Black Friday a big day. They went all in on Black Friday. Okay.
Always been a great day for the sport.
Well, Ovi, the big thing for Ovi now, can Ovi get them in 2 years?
Brad's on hold. We're back in 20.
Or is Ovi going to have to play 3?
David, do you use a computer or a desktop or a laptop?
A laptop on my desk.
Oh, okay. Here we go.
You are listening to Miller and Moulton, exclusively on the Florida Sports Network. And now here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
It is the third and final hour of Miller and Moulton along the network in Lake City and surrounding areas, Tampa, St. Pete, Port Charlotte, and Venice. For those of you in the 239, you know we're just halfway home. The Diamond District bonus hour awaits 1 hour from now. Kyle Sielaff, the voice of the Marlins, will join us in about 40 minutes' time. The hot Miami Marlins. But right now, Brad Gillie, kind enough to join us once again. There's a couple different places you can hear Brad. First, you can hear him on SiriusXM NASCAR Radio Channel 90. And then you can also hear him as part of PRN, Performance Racing Network. Follow Brad on Twitter, Brad Gillie, Gillie. Brad, top of the morning to you. It's David and Mark. How you been?
Fantastic. How you doing?
Well, we are doing great. Listen, we'll get to Chicago in a moment. Let's just take some inventory here. All right, what are we, 11 different, did Chastain make 11 different winners? Last year we had, 15, 16, nearly a whole field was made up of winners in the playoff, and we're, about 9-10 races away from the playoffs. So take some inventory for us, how the first half of the season's gone.
You know, the first half of this season has definitely gone different than the first half of last season, because by this time last season, we had 4 first-time winners at the time. And we were trending more toward getting those 16 regular season winners, which that would be a full playoff field, 16 drivers. And, Martin Truex Jr. actually finished 4th in the regular season and didn't make the playoffs last year because we had so many different winners. This year is looking a little more like a normal season in that we're seeing the Hendrick Motorsports with William Byron and his 3 wins and Kyle Larson and his 2 wins. Joe Gibbs Racing, Denny Hamlin's been to victory lane. Martin Truex Jr. has a couple of wins. That so on and so forth. We're seeing more people that we're used to seeing winning on a regular basis going to victory lane. And while we have 11 winners, that's actually not an unusual thing for this time of year either. I know there are still some people who might hold out hope that one day that in the first 26 races of the year, we'll have more than 16 race winners in the regular season, and a winning driver will miss the playoffs. I don't ever see that happening personally, but you never know. Summertime can get a little crazy.
Ross Chastain wins last week. We follow Ross's career. He's a Florida guy and have for a long time. Is he, we're big fans because we followed him. He races in a way that can agitate a lot of people. Where is he from a popularity standpoint in the sport?
Wildly popular. And people want that. People want someone who is going to go out there and give it everything and not apologize for what he does. Now, Ross does apologize, which does offend people too, which is kind of funny. But you know what? He had 3 bad weeks leading into Sonoma where he got a top 10 finish. And then we had the off week. and it was like a really nice reset. And I'll tell you what, he came into Nashville, and I like Ross a lot. He came into Nashville, he won the pole for the race, and I swear to you, he had just a look on his face that day on Saturday like, hey, that trophy tomorrow is mine, and everyone else is going to have to come get it. And he did it in just such a great, hard racing, clean way. You know, he didn't ruffle any feathers. In fact, if anything, I think more drivers made it difficult on him than they would have on any other driver who was leading the race, especially putting cars a lap down and all of that. But he did it with style. He did it with grace, and he just went out there with the fast car and took that trophy. It was a pretty impressive drive to watch.
You know, Brad, what he does, that at least this is our observation, which not a lot of drivers do. He keeps talking about, I'm learning. I'm still learning. And usually you don't hear that. Once you get to the elite level, it's like, well, you should have already learned everything. And Ross is like, listen, I did to Truex in Nashville what Truex did to me over a year ago, and I had to learn from that. And I now did it to him in return. A year ago at this time, I would not have won this race. A lot of drivers don't talk that way, even though, you know, Kevin Harvick in theory is still learning something, Brad. Ross to us is one of the few drivers in which he says, I got to admit, guys, I'm still learning out here.
You know, and I think he talks about it in an honest way. I mean, you'll hear drivers make reference, I'm trying to figure out this car or trying to do this. But yeah, I mean, look, realistically, Ross in his career, and he's got like over 160 starts. But if you think about it, he's only really been full-time in the Cup Series for 2.5 years. And I say that because it's been a year and a half with Trackhouse, and then the year before that was with Chip Ganassi Racing, the organization that Trackhouse had absorbed. Before that, all of his Cup experience was in a lot of underfunded equipment that was not going to be competitive out front or even on the lead lap. So, you know, I think Ross is just being honest. Actually, another driver who's been kind of honest about that is one that's been around for nearly 2 decades, and that's Denny Hamlin. Denny Hamlin even talks on his podcast about, you know, hey, I'm still working on this. I'm still working on that. I'm over 40 years old. I want to be in this sport for longer. And I you know what? I appreciate that because that's honest, and that's not going out there and saying, look, I'm the best of the best. It doesn't matter who you are and what you do. You should always be learning because I tell you what, if the driver just settled in and said, I got this, well, if his crew did that too and didn't work on the car and didn't continually try and improve it, no one would get better. And I think that's a great, honest approach.
More excited for what Chicago brings or more nervous of what could happen?
Oh man, I'm excited. I'm you know, look, I know plenty of people are nervous. You got a 2.2 mile race course with varying track surfaces from asphalt to older asphalt to concrete to driving over bridges and all kinds of different things like that. 7 90-degree corners, walls surrounding the racetrack. There's literally no room to escape, no runoff room or anything. Yeah, there's going to be some carnage out there. There are going to be some cars that are wrecked, and we're going to spend a lot of time under caution. But I think we're also going to see a really exciting race. You know, it's a first-time event. This track won't even be built. It won't even be finished until after rush hour tomorrow. And if you look at I was talking about the Roval the other night at Charlotte Motor Speedway when that was first built. Heck, they spent 6 months testing on that thing, and we're still wrecking. So the Chicago street course, I think, is going to have a lot of action, but I think it's also going to settle in, and we're going to see some really good racing, too. I'm excited.
I'm not a huge road course guy. I like Watkins Glen. I liked it better in the old school when you had the long back straightaway, and obviously after the death of J.D. McDuffie, they had to change that. But to me, I think there's places at Watkins Glen where you can pass. At your first glance of this track, okay, are there going to be plenty of places where guys can pass?
I think so. I think going into turn 1, because there's a long straightaway, that's the first 90-degree left-hand corner. Turn 6 is another 90-degree left-hand corner. But between turns 3 and 5, it's sort of a longer straightaway, even though it has a big kink in it. Again, that's going to be a really fast part of the racetrack with the heavy braking zone into a tight corner. I think that's a great passing zone. I think the final turn 12, which is another 90-degree right-hand corner, especially when it comes to the end of the race and you bring up Watkins Glen, I can't help but think about that final turn in Watkins Glen where we've seen last lap passes for the win, that we may get something like that as well. So I do, because you have long straightaways with tight, sharp corners with heavy braking. But the one thing you don't have, though, is runoff. And a lot of times making those passes on road courses, you're shoving someone a little bit off the racetrack. Well, you don't shove someone off the racetrack here. You shove them straight into the wall. So that's going to make things difficult, but I think it's also going to make for really close quarters racing.
Brad Gillie, PRN, Performance Racing Network. Also, you hear him all over SiriusXM NASCAR Radio Channel 90. Follow him on Twitter at Brad Gillie, Gillie. Brad, final question, and I know the final numbers aren't in and what have you, but there was some information that's come out in the last 48 hours in terms of just how many tickets have been sold. I guess it's like 70% of capacity, but that this apparently is a staggeringly different audience than what NASCAR usually gets in person in terms of the demographics. If that turns out to be the case, is this why NASCAR chose this, or did they just choose it to be different and to go into a major city?
Yes, I mean, for sure, to do something different, go into a major city. And they haven't really announced whatever their capacity numbers are. I've heard a stat yesterday, like they expect around 50,000 people a day, but somewhere around 70% of the ticket buyers are first-time ticket buyers in NASCAR. And, you know, to be able to introduce the sport to a whole new crowd is a great thing. To be able to do something in an environment that you've not done it before is a great thing, and get the attention that this is going to get. People have asked me what's going to make this a success. And it, you know, a lot of people look at it and say, well, if it's a great race, then it's going to be a success. I almost think that part of it's secondary to the event itself. And if there are a lot of first-time ticket buyers there, if there are a lot of people that go and are introduced to NASCAR and want to come back, and if there are a lot of people who maybe have, you know, halfway pay attention to NASCAR but have their eyes glued on this, that's what's going to make this a success. And if all of a sudden other major cities go, hey, you guys want to come to a street race here? Those are things that will make this event a success.
Brad, as always, appreciate your time and insight. Safe travels. Hopefully, before the playoffs, we can catch up.
Yeah, no, that sounds great. Thanks, David. Mark, always appreciate it and love talking to y'all.
Brad Gillie, PRN, NASCAR Radio, SiriusXM Channel 90. Follow him on Twitter, Brad Gillie, Gillie. 5:30, I believe, Sunday, which is 4:30 Central, but 5:30 Eastern Sunday, I believe, is race time, or maybe that's beginning of coverage time, but that's what I saw.
You going to take it in?
Absolutely. I want to see whether or not, like, oh, wow, this is cool, or wow, this was a train wreck. Yes, absolutely.
Bridges.
I know. Come on, that sounded cool.
Really cool. I've that got me. Now I'm going to be on vacation. I'm going to be out of town. Right. I don't know if I'll have the opportunity to turn it on because I'm doing a family thing. But my son's going to be with me, and he's a gearhead. So I have a funny feeling we'll figure out a way to at least catch a little bit of it.
So apparently NBC is they're promoting that they're broadcasting this radio style. You know, because think about how they do the normal race. You got the 3 people up in the booth, and then you got the 3 or 4 pit reporters. Apparently, they're going to have different crews in different turns. Like they're going to have their main crew, you know, start, finish line, turn 1. Then apparently they're going to have a crew in turn 6. And so apparently you know, as we talk about MRN, PRN, what do they have? Normal oval, they got 4 turns. What do they have? They have 4 different crews.
Some of the best play-by-play that there is. And anybody who's listened to the show for any amount of time knows I'm not a NASCAR guy. NASCAR play-by-play is riveting to me. I think the workings of how they get it done is as good as any broadcast that there is in sports.
And the first 3 turns are all excited. And then they go to turn 4, and it's that old guy who's been there forever. And here we go, coming out of turn 4, it's Martin Truex Jr. taking the checkered flag.
Miller and Moulton, 21,000 is the text line if you'd like to chime in on anything. Back with more in a moment, right here. Where else but the Florida Sports Network?
Hello, friends and family of Southwest Florida. Are you looking to tap into the electric vehicle market? Well, look no further because we here at Southwest Florida Golf Carts have just what you need. E-bikes, golf carts, LSVs, scooters, and more. Come down and talk with one of our experienced sales reps, have a soda and a smile, and you could be cruising the streets in your new EV today. Stop by the store or visit our website at flgolfcarts.com and enter for a chance to win $100 off your next purchase by answering John's monthly sports question.
Ladies and gentlemen, once again.
Hi. Excuse me.
Hey, the line starts back here. Ma'am, if your party's not here, you're going to have to go around again.
If you had the opportunity to avoid all this, wouldn't you?
Salt Live is the official transportation provider of the Miller and Moulton Morning Show, making your trip to and from the airport seamless and stress-free. Salt Live is supported with the help of local partners like the Bayfront Inn. Gather your family and friends and enjoy a leisurely day on the water with a pontoon or deck boat. If you prefer to explore the waterways without a motor, the Bayfront has canoes, standboards, and kayaks. At the end of your journey, enjoy lunch or dinner at the Bamboo Tropical Bar and Grill. The Bayfront Inn, something for everyone on 5th Avenue in downtown Naples. BayfrontInNaples.com. When you need a ride, book with Salt Live Transportation, 308-8686, or book on saltlivetransportation.com.
David Moulton for Napa Auto Parts, and Napa Filters. Insist on Napa filters for your vehicles, or if you're a do-it-yourselfer, only buy Napa filters. Napa has a filter for almost anything on earth that moves, whether it's motorcycles, foreign and domestic cars, vans, SUVs, earth-moving equipment. You get the idea. Napa Auto Parts, Napa filters. Insist on them for your vehicles, or if you're a do-it-yourselfer, only buy Napa filters.
You are listening to Miller and Moulton on the Florida Sports Network.
There's a car that is racing this weekend that is entirely covered in Jordan, and it's number 45.
He owns the team.
I thought that was pretty cool.
That's going to be, although technically he's still going to be a minority owner of the Hornets, but basically the sport that Michael Jordan's now going to be in is NASCAR. He's all in on NASCAR. He's just, a bit player in the NBA now.
MJ, his airness. Honestly, I really wish I could see Michael Jordan play. I really do.
This is the biggest thing that I miss about Jordan, because I don't think Jordan would have gone along with load management. I don't at all. Michael Jordan's last year in the NBA was 40 years old. He averaged 36 minutes a game. He played all 82 games. At 40.
Yep.
I don't think, and I really, that's the part that if Jordan were still around today, and Kobe also, if Kobe and Jordan were around today, I think they would publicly chastise this whole load management era. How in the world, could you imagine being a teammate of Kobe and Jordan and you're taking today off? Why? I've played too many games in a row. Holy blank.
He had 11 seasons where he played at least 80. 12 where he played at least 78. Oh, it's funny.
That's the part that I think, I literally think those two guys could have prevented this whole era from happening if they were playing today.
It's funny because in that last season, 40-year-old Wizards MJ, he played 82. He started 67. It's funny. Imagine starting over Michael Jordan.
Well, he picked the coach and was running the team, so, Doug Collins coached that team. He told the story. They were on the road. They played. They got on the plane. They flew to the next place. And Collins couldn't sleep. And he got up at like 6:30 in the morning and went downstairs in the hotel to get a coffee. All right. And coming off the elevator on his way to get the coffee, looked in the workout room, and there was Jordan. He said he had like 6 weeks left in his career. And there he was, 6:30 in the morning in the weight room working out. He goes, we had a game that night. We were playing back-to-backs.
That's awesome. Sounds a lot like Kobe. Again, I think it's safe to say that Kobe is the closest thing to Michael Jordan.
Well, he mimicked him. I mean, his mannerisms, his walk, everything.
Yeah. His game.
You got the thing here, right?
Yeah, it's yeah.
So it's so funny to let Jimmy Butler get out of Chicago.
They traded him.
I know.
For Chris Dunn.
Yep. Unbelievable.
Well, that is, you look at the NBA trades, the way these guys force out, that was not a force out, but some of the trades that are done to get
draft picks.
Yeah. Or just to get rid of a guy and
Oh my God. What Atlanta traded John Collins for
Rudy Gay and a second
round pick
bag of chips.
Unbelievable.
Lays, barbecue Lays.
Yes. That's a 26-year-old forward, averages 18 and 8. Are you serious?
Welcome back to Miller and Moulton, only on the Florida Sports Network.
Minutes past the hour. Miller and Moulton, Florida Sports Network, floridasportsnetwork.com. 58, 63, 70. Those are the magic numbers. 8 weeks Saturday. How's that sound? Does that sound close? Week 0, 8 weeks Saturday. Mark, when you're on vacation, one Saturday, 8 weeks away. Your second Saturday, 7 weeks away. When you come back, Mark, first digit of the magic number is going to be a 4.
I know. I know.
You're going to take your Phil Steele book with you on vacation? You're going to come back?
I want the aisle seat because all three of us are flying, the wife and daughter. I want the aisle seat simply because I want to have this Phil Steele book out. I want everybody to have to walk by and look at it and see how many people go, ooh, where do they got my team?
It's a nice cover this year, too. Blue. It's got a blue hue to it. It's nice.
It pops.
It does.
A lot more than it's ever popped before. I'm with you on that.
And not only that, Mark, just to tease your return. By the way, we're doing a show tomorrow. We're off Monday and Tuesday. Tuesday's the 4th. And then Felipe and I will do Wednesday through Friday. And then the gang is back together on Monday the 10th. Mark, when you come back on Monday, not only will the first digit in the magic number be a 4, but the first digit in the last number will be a 5. Ha ha ha!
It is. I realize my daughter and I have a great relationship. I'm home more than my wife. I'm Mr. Mom. My daughter and my wife even gets mad when we play board games because my daughter and I jaw jack. It's nonstop. She gives it to me just as much as I give it to her. And my wife thinks that we're actually mad at one another when in fact it is just gamesmanship. But I have figured out that the one thing that my daughter and I've got to figure it out this fall, we do not bond on football. She is getting very angry every time the television on and she sees football on there. She goes, is that about to start again?
Wow. Now, hold on. Here's why I think there's hope. She's gotten into raised baseball this spring and summer.
Right.
So, I mean, come on now. If a 9-year-old girl, can enjoy Major League Baseball on television, not in person, where the ballpark's fun and outdoors, although not in the Trop, but you know what I mean. All right. So if Randy Arozarena and Wander Franco could turn her into, hey, I want to watch the Rays, then I think that's the key, Mark. You just need to find the right player or two.
Totally. Find the right team, the right player, and maybe it's the Dolphins.
Plus,
maybe it's
the
Dolphins.
What's your wife going to do without Brady? I mean,
who's she going to hate, you mean?
Well, I know she hated him, but, I mean, he wasn't. I don't think she found him bad looking, though.
She didn't like him at all.
Oh, it's that whole Pittsburgh rivalry thing. Yeah. Okay. All right.
She'll move on quickly. Trust me, she'll find somebody else.
Gotcha.
So I caught this story. It's a couple of the actual story is old, but this part of it is new. JJ Watt was on Chris Long's podcast and brought this up. He did the commencement speech at the University of Wisconsin back in 2019 and tried to pull off what would have been one of the greatest commencement speeches ever. I won't say the greatest. And even JJ Watt says, I can't even put this as number one because one guy did pay off everybody's student debt.
Correct.
As part of his
right.
speech. So that's the bar. You're not going to pass that. But what he tried to do would have made him a folk hero of commencement speeches. Because what he wanted to do at Camp Randall Stadium at Wisconsin, where he gave the commencement speech in 2019, was to put a beer under every seat for every student that was graduating. And as he finished his speech, to say, reach under your chair and have a cold one. And the University of Wisconsin told him no. Not
shocking.
Notre Dame.
Well, I don't know. Listen, I'd be almost equally as shocked.
Not Liberty. Not Baylor. Not Southern Methodist. Wisconsin.
Right.
A state known for beer.
Known as one of the top 10 party schools in the country every year.
Ever.
Wow.
Can you imagine that? First off, did you go to your graduation commencement speech?
Well, I didn't graduate college, believe it or not.
Oh, that's right. You finished.
I left in my senior year because I was already at a full-time TV job, and I tried. I just couldn't swing it academically, and so I dropped out, and I never went back. So I would have gone, though. Absolutely, I would have gone. I would have gone just because it's a bigger day for my mom and grandparents than it is for me.
Well, where I didn't go to mine at Michigan State because they had the big graduation commencement at the football stadium, where basically they, said your college, you stood up and you graduated. And then each college had their own individual graduation. I graduated the College of Social Science. That was at Mount Arena, where the Michigan State hockey team played. That's where you walked up on stage and actually got your diploma. I wanted the handshake and the diploma as opposed to the big,
right,
everybody at it commencement speech.
It's funny that you mentioned that because I also wanted the handshake and diploma, but instead what I got was a screen of the president of my school, FGCU, because I had a COVID graduation ceremony, and it was the last of its kind because the very next semester they had a real commencement. And that kind of honked me off because at that point, May 2022, we were kind of over all that.
Well, especially in Florida.
Especially in
really. I mean,
Florida.
Hell, we were over it in May of 2020, but
and I was handed my diploma by someone that I had no idea who they were. I was like, who are you? And where is the president of my school? Why isn't he here? Why am I looking at a screen of him, of the same video on loop? Congratulations.
Wow.
Really?
So is it like
struck a nerve here?
And it was like in the hallway as well. So you go with your family, and it was like a sectioned thing. Your family goes, and there's a stage in front of your family where you're shaking the hand of the guy that you have no idea who the hell he is. And they're taking a picture, and they're like, woo! All right, next.
Hold on a second. So Felipe, it's like Christmas Eve in the Yule log? It was just a loop?
Yep. Congratulations. Congratulations.
All I can think of is being on one of those rides where you're in the room in the same video. You move past it. Right. You move past it and says, please keep your hands and arms inside the car at all times.
Congratulations.
And again, David, you said it's a bigger moment for the parents and the grandparents.
Yes.
And the grandparents were there.
Yes. Darn right they were.
And it was embarrassing. I mean, they didn't care because, they're old and what happened. I graduated, whatever.
Just take it easy. We know they're old. You don't call them old. Okay. Just once again, you're trying to maximize this relationship for as long as you have it. You don't call them
fired
old.
up right now.
He is. He was bothered by this.
I mean, it did bother me.
You expected something more.
I expected a real commencement. It was May 2022 in Southwest Florida. And
it is true, I will say, because Felipe's an FGCU, Florida Gulf Coast University graduate. And when the pandemic started and every single sporting event in the country was canceled, FGCU was still wanting to play their women's college basketball conference title game.
Correct.
David.
I mean,
Correct.
So I will say, of all the schools, FGCU didn't even want to adhere to shutting games down. They were ready to play a conference championship game.
So the pandemic is hitting Wednesday. Rudy Gobert and what have you is happening Wednesday. The world is shutting down. The Florida State thing happened at Madison Square Garden at like noon on Thursday. It's late afternoon Friday. Every sporting event in North America has been canceled except the ASUN women's basketball final. Liberty at FGCU. FGCU is still sending out press releases saying it'll be a whiteout. Make sure you wear white. All right. At the time, I'm still their voice, and I'm like, I'm going to be doing this game on ESPN. Forget ESPN Plus. It's going to be the only damn thing going on. This is my big break.
Who knew Felipe not getting a proper commencement would set him off? Miller and Moulton. We'll talk Marlins next, right here on the Florida Sports Network.
Hello, friends and family of Southwest Florida. Are you looking to tap into the electric vehicle market? Well, look no further, because we here at Southwest Florida Golf Carts have just what you need. E-bikes, golf carts, LSVs, scooters, and more. Come down and talk with one of our experienced sales reps, have a soda and a smile, and you could be cruising the streets in your new EV today. Stop by the store or visit our website at flgolfcarts.com and enter for a chance to win $100 off your next purchase by answering John's monthly sports question.
Miller and Moulton here for the Clutch Vodka Play of the Day.
Mark, remember Nick Charles, Fred Hickman, the CNN Play of the Day?
Yeah, CNN did a nightly sports show. That was a while ago.
Yes, it was. Just work with me. Everyone liked the pod, the Play of the Day. So how about we have the Clutch Vodka Play of the Day?
Sounds good. Fun. Smooth. Like Clutch Vodka.
Listen weekday mornings for the Clutch Vodka Play of the Day.
That's Clutch with a K.
Ladies and gentlemen, once again.
Yeah. Hi. Excuse me.
Hey, the line starts back here. Ma'am, if your party's not here, you're going to have to go around again.
If you had the opportunity to avoid all this, wouldn't you?
Salt Live is the official transportation provider of the Miller and Moulton Morning Show, making your trip to and from the airport seamless and stress-free. Salt Live is supported with the help of local partners like the Bayfront Inn. Gather your family and friends and enjoy a leisurely day on the water with a pontoon or deck boat. If you prefer to explore the waterways without a motor, the Bayfront has canoes, standboards, and kayaks. At the end of your journey, enjoy lunch or dinner at the Bamboo Tropical Bar and Grill. The Bayfront Inn, something for everyone on 5th Avenue in downtown Naples. BayfrontInNaples.com. When you need a ride, book with Salt Live Transportation, 308-8686, or book on saltlivetransportation.com.
You were listening to Miller and Moulton on the Florida Sports Network.
Canada Relief, I have not even seen the new Doritos hot mustard. Don't think I'll try it.
I hate mustard, so the thought of it sounds absolutely disgusting.
How do you eat a Cuban sandwich?
I know. I am a Cuban of Cuban descent that does not like mustard or pickles. My Cuban sandwich does not include two of the most vital things on a Cuban sandwich.
It's not a Cuban sandwich. You don't have a Cuban sandwich.
I don't.
You eat a ham and
I
pork
don't get
sandwich.
why that's the choice for the Cuban.
First off, mustard's amazing.
Oh, mustard is. Ugh.
So you obviously don't know how to eat a hot dog then either. You put ketchup on a hot dog.
We've gone over this. Of course I put ketchup on a hot dog. Ketchup is the only way to eat a hot dog. I had a Costco hot dog the other day with ketchup, and it was amazing.
Felipe, I have to admit, if that had come up 20 months ago, you never would have been hired.
Yeah, whatever.
Miller and
Still-
Moulton,
it's
literally.
still
No,
out
no,
there as a reason
seriously.
to fire you.
We would have looked at one another. We would have said, well, this is a deal breaker. It's kind of like, and some people won't date somebody who smokes. Some people won't date people who don't drink. I've had many people say, I can't trust somebody if they don't drink.
I despise mustard.
Oh, my goodness.
Blech. And I don't like honey mustard except for the one at PDQ. I don't know why, but PDQ's honey mustard with their chicken. Oh my goodness. So good.
No, it's not. Honey mustard sucks.
What?
Actually.
You don't like honey?
I'm fine with honey. Honey mustard's a crap condiment.
It's two things that you like, though. I don't get it. You
Right.
like honey and you like mustard. Why not?
It's too sweet.
I like apples and don't like applesauce.
You know what? There are people that don't like mayo ketchup, and I love mayo ketchup. You put mayo and you put ketchup.
Yeah,
you get a French fry, you twirl it
Felipe,
up.
we understand what mayo ketchup is, but thank you for breaking that down for us. He's
that pig sauce.
Very disturbing. Wow.
I have 3 kinds of mustard in my fridge, and I'm short. I don't even have. I've got a spicy brown. I've got the Creole. I've got your regular yellow mustard. I'm short of Dijon right now. I don't even have enough mustard in my fridge.
Canada, that is a phrase I have never heard before. The sriracha generation. I mean, I do like spice. We'll say.
Can't get sriracha anymore.
I just saw a story this morning. Apparently, there's a shortage, and they're selling
Been
them
that way for months.
No.
$70 a bottle. Apparently.
Oh. I love me some sriracha.
My mother, mustard sucks. I love that boy. I was not going to say it. I know my mother hates mustard.
Mama Moulton.
No.
Yes.
Unbelievable.
I've learned a long time ago that if it comes with food and the Moultons, I don't even really consider your opinion anymore. Just a lot of it.
It's probably good. I will say it's probably the first thing that I ever trash talked my mother over was when she put ketchup on hot dogs.
Plus,
even when I was young, it was like the only thing she allowed me to like trash talk with her back and forth about.
We had brats the other night, and I literally would not let my daughter put ketchup on it.
You're evil.
Good. Absolutely. On a brat?
She had the whole thing, mustard and onions.
Well, I don't put ketchup on brats, but still. And I will say one thing really quick because we have a minute. Getting mustard.
Remember, you got to call somebody.
I know. Getting mustard on your shirt is one of the worst things ever. Or just a tie or anything.
We've got a minute left, but I've got something I want to say. It is amazing what happens to people in that seat.
Listen, guys, I'll get to it, okay?
But I've got something to say here.
I'm feeling it today. Yesterday, I was asleep on you guys, but I am feeling it today.
David, I just want to let you know I've got Get Up on right now, and how could LeBron's player option affect Anthony Davis is what's on the screen.
You're killing me. Killing me.
I just looked up and that's what's there. God.
He's on hold. But how does this affect LeBron's legacy? Next on Get Up. Here we go.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton, only on the Florida Sports Network.
22 minutes before the hour. The Diamond District bonus hour awaits in the 239 at the top of the hour. Final segment along the network in Lake City and surrounding areas, Tampa, St. Pete, Port Charlotte, and Venice. And Kyle Sielaff is kind enough to join us once again. Voice of the Marlins on the radio. Follow Kyle on Twitter, Kyle_Sielaff, Sielaff. Kyle, it's David and Mark once again. Thanks for doing this, particularly on a road trip. I was worried that rain delay last night. If it went long, I was worried about you were going to, text and go, guys, I got to sleep. But everything going right for the Marlins, including a perfectly timed rain delay.
Yeah, it's great to have be back on with you guys, and I would totally agree. It was kind of crazy last night. Marlins have runners at first and second base with 2 outs in the 6th inning. We hit the delay, and in an hour and 13 minutes, they come out of that thing, and they score 5 runs down the stretch, and now the Marlins are 13 games over 500 this season. They are keeping pace with the 1997 World Championship team. I just actually tweeted this out a little while ago, guys. Like, you can't tell me it's early anymore. We hit the halfway point of the season last night. The Marlins are 22-8 in their last 30 games. That ties to the best record in baseball with Atlanta. Like, don't tell me it's early anymore. These guys aren't who they are. And I think the Marlins have proven that they're a good team. This is so much fun to be a part of right now. It's an incredible group of guys, and they believe that they're going to win every single night.
Was there something that turned this, 22-8 mark? Is there something that you could put your finger on that happened? I mean, obviously they're playing great baseball right now, but is there something that you saw in May that said this is going to happen?
Oh, I don't know, guys. It's a good question. You're only as good as your next day's starting pitcher. And I know it sounds very cliche, but if that guy goes out there and he stinks, you're not going to win. And the Marlins have gotten incredible production from the starting pitching staff, really, since what we've kind of called the magical date of May 14th. And I mean, they were 2 games under when they played on May 14th, and they've just gone on a heater. It's hard to predict since then. And they've done so on the strength of the starting pitching. So, I think that's probably where you have to go to. And, they've gotten a big hit every single night, but the starting pitching has held up. The starting pitching has been fantastic for this baseball team this season, and they've also been blessed with very good health so far. But I really do think the buck kind of starts and it stops with the starting pitching, and in that regard, the Marlins have been great this season.
The Marlins have top 3 starting pitching in baseball so far this season, and particularly since May 14th. So helps explain why the Marlins are 13 games above 500 at the halfway point, 47-34 on a pace for 94 wins. Kyle Sielaff, their radio voice. Follow Kyle on Twitter, Kyle_Sielaff, SIELAFF. Well, this is a bit of a perfect storm. Like you mentioned, guys are healthy. Okay. We knew they had good pitching. They're pitching seemingly at the top end of their potential. But Kyle, let's face it, what's held this team back for a few years has been its offense. These guys had potential offensively. They're finally reaching it.
Yeah, they are. And I would say the offense also looks a little bit different. People have been glamored by the double plays that they've grounded into this season. And where I'm going with that is, last season they thought they were just going to hit a bunch of home runs and win games. And it didn't work, right? And I give Kim Ng a lot of credit for going out and doing the deals that she did, because when it's all said and done, they have now built an offense that is predicated on making contact and putting the ball in play. And that's a little bit different than the style of game, if you're a big baseball fan, that you watch today, because there are so many teams, and there are some very good teams. In fact, look at the Atlanta Braves. Now, they are a juggernaut. They're really good, but they hit a ton of home runs. The Marlins don't do that, but they find a way to get a big hit every night, and they put the ball in play. So the offense had held them back in the past, absolutely. But it's not anymore, and I give Kim Ng a lot of credit for that, because she has just given Skip Schumacher and his staff a bunch of guys to work with that, they're willing, they're receptive to learning, and their style kind of fits exactly what the Marlins want to do, and it's put the ball in play. Let's hit strikes. Let's swing at strikes. Let's just put the ball in play, and good things are going to happen. And you actually saw that last night with Gene Segura plated 2 there in the 6th inning with that Baltimore chopper over the head of Josh Winkowski of the Red Sox. It was an infield single that plated 2 runs, and it gave the Marlins a 4-1 lead.
You mentioned the GM, but in Schumacher, obviously, what has he done different this year? What have you seen out of Skip that's different than what happened last year? And obviously a new manager can just make changes. It's not like they didn't know what they were doing a year ago, but what has been the instrumental change from the clubhouse standpoint of what Schumacher's done to your estimation?
If you ask me what the instrumental change would be, I would probably have to take a pass on that. But I think where you have to look is just the culture. I don't think it's just one change. It's just a culture change. I think I said this on the radio last night. I was watching this group of guys last night. If you look at Skip Schumacher over the course of his big league career, he was a grinder. And self-admittedly, he was a guy that was always trying to be the 25th guy on the roster. He wasn't starting. And he just worked hard every day. And, he didn't get the fanfare and the limelight that some guys got, but he was an integral part of a successful Cardinals team for many years. And then obviously he goes off to Los Angeles where he found a lot of success there as well. But to me, this group of guys has kind of clinged to the personality of their manager, and they just show up every day with an expectation to win. They kind of keep their heads down, and there's just, I don't even know how to say it. They just have like this relentless pursuit and the attitude every day, like they're not going to lose. And that's kind of how Skip played. And it's a no nonsense culture. He allows these guys to have fun, but the expectation was that when these guys show up to the ballpark every day, like, we're going to win. That's the only goal. When you're playing in professional sports, literally the only goal is to win. It should be the singular focus of 26 guys, and these guys love being around each other, and they have totally bought into that.
Do you think this goes back to, heading into the season when we did our Marlins on-air preview, we talked about how, man, they were the worst team in baseball in one-run games last year. I mean, it's like, it's actually difficult to have the record that the Marlins had in one-run games last year. It's like, but at the beginning of the season, didn't they go like 14-1 in their first 15 one-run games? Do you think that it was, because a decent amount of the roster returned? And don't you think at some point, Kyle, in late April, early May, they looked at one another and said, well, this year's different. We're winning all the games that last year we lost.
Yes, you're absolutely correct. You get the buy-in once the worm starts to turn there. And they started 13-0 in one-run games, and they've since still been incredible. They've only lost a few. But I totally 100% agree with you that, if you're, let's say, through their first 14 one-run games, you're 7-7. You're probably like, okay, good, all right. We've let some get away and we've won some games. But when they started that historic streak in which they were 13-0, which upended the 72 Mets for the best start in the Major League Baseball season, in one-run games, going 13-0, I really do believe, and I believe you're correct, that there becomes that extra buy-in. It's like, oh, wait, maybe this is different. Like, maybe we shouldn't have won that game, but we got a big hit, or we caught a break. And that just seems to kind of percolate throughout the clubhouse a little bit. It feels like it's like, oh, wait, yeah, like this is different. We're good. And at some point, I think you just get that total buy-in, and they've got that. And to me, that's what's been most impressive about the starts of the season. And I really do think, like, you can't just say it's early anymore. This team is who they are. Like, they are who they are at this point. And I don't think there can be an argument against, other than saying, like, this team is good. Like, this is a good baseball team. When you're 81 games in and you're 13 games over 500 and you got through the soft part of the schedule and you continue to win, the bottom line is that you're a good baseball team. And that's exactly what the Marlins are.
Well, and Kyle, your ace hasn't pitched like an ace other than maybe his last start where he looked pretty good. That had to be even more encouraging with Alcantara having a really nice start in that first game against Boston.
Well, there's no doubt, right? I mean, if you and I were speaking and you guys, and we were chatting spring training, and you said, okay, 81 games in, you're going to be 13 games over 500, and your biggest liability in the starting rotation is your ace. I mean, you would call me crazy. There's no doubt about it. And Sandy has not looked anything like himself that we saw last season. Now, he looked very good Tuesday. He looked very good a couple of days ago in game one of this series. And he's going to pitch again on Sunday in Atlanta, and that's going to be a big test for Sandy. But, I think that's where you kind of get that extra buy-in, too. It's like, our best dude in the rotation is not himself, and we keep winning. I mean, it almost sounds crazy to say, but if Sandy, and he may regain some form because he and Skip and everybody went on record prior to his start on Tuesday, and the general consensus was we believe there was something mechanical we found in his last start against Toronto that we really do believe is going to benefit him moving forward, and that proved to be true on Tuesday. To me, it's almost like you're adding a starting pitcher at the deadline if Sandy Alcantara regains the form that we saw last season. Now, there may still be other things to do at the deadline, and this team might just be able to find a way to get even better than they are now. But you almost internally add, like Jazz Chisholm Jr. returning 2 nights ago is almost like an off or a mid-season or a deadline acquisition. When you get really good players back, like the team is just inherently going to get better. So, yeah, with Sandy, this could really be something special if every 5th day he kind of regained some of that Cy Young award-winning form that we saw last year.
All right. Finale in Boston tonight. Then you go to Atlanta for a 3-game series. And, the Twins were in first place when they went to Atlanta and they just got humiliated. The Mets were actually a good team until the last time they went to Atlanta. They got humiliated. Should we put added significance on this 3-game series with the Braves?
It's a good question. It's funny you say added significance, and I don't know. I'm not sure how to answer that. To me, you know what? I think you can put added significance on it because expectations are a good thing. And expectations for this team have clearly changed since the start of the season when people did not know what the 2023 Miami Marlins would look like. Now, this is where I caution people, though. Let's say the Marlins sweep the Red Sox tonight. If they go 1-2 in Atlanta, and again, I'm not saying that's good by any means because you want to win your series, the Marlins have put themselves in a position where they should really be looking at weeks instead of just days now. Obviously, you have to play day by day. But when you're 13 games over 500 and you're taking weeks off the calendar and chunks off the calendar, let's say the Marlins sweep the Red Sox tonight, they go 1-2 in Atlanta. That's a 4-2 road trip. That's awesome. Like, that's another week in which you're better than what you started it, and you're 2 games better than you started it. So there is added significance. Truist Park has been a house of horrors for the Marlins, and you better believe that place is going to be jumping this weekend. And the Marlins are going to send 3 of their best pitchers out there, including Yuri Perez and Sandy Alcantara. There is significance on the series. I think the Braves are by far the best team in baseball. There's no question about it. But the way I look at things right now for this ball club, you can legitimately, as the Marlins reached the halfway point last night, you can start talking about the playoffs because of the position that they put themselves in. And you can, instead of looking day by day, obviously the player, they need to take it day by day. But as a fan of the team, take a look at weeks now. Like the Marlins continue to put together weeks in which they're a game or 2 better than when they started it. And that is just a recipe up and down for success. So, yeah, very big series in Atlanta this weekend. They've got a ball game to play tonight, and they're in great shape on this road trip if they sweep the Red Sox here tonight.
Kyle, thanks so much for doing this. We really appreciate it. Have a great call. Safe travels to Atlanta. Have a good 4th of July holiday and an all-star break, and hopefully we can catch up before the trade deadline.
Hey, whenever, guys, give me a buzz. Happy to hop on with you. Take care. Happy 4th.
Kyle Sielaff, voice of the Marlins. Follow him on Twitter, Kyle_Sielaff, Sielaff. Kyle Sielaff and the Marlins riding high, baby.
He said it. They're having fun from the broadcast, from the players right on through the broadcasters. And, I was lucky enough as a minor league guy. I had 1 year that I didn't make the playoffs. You think about these baseball guys and, doing Marlins games and how tough that is when it's 1 year after another of mediocrity, how excited everybody in that organization is right now. And you can hear it when I listened to the game or watched the game last night. You can hear it in the broadcast. It comes out.
They are 47-34, and yet their run differential's -2. And I do think that is partly as to why some of us are still not sure. Are we all in that this Marlins team can go the distance? Are we sure? Because they're winning the 1-run games, and obviously when they lose 5-1, and that's why their run differential is what it is. But their run differential says they should be 41-40 or 40-41, and they're 47-34.
Sometimes, David, you win all the close games. Sometimes you have your Minnesota Vikings-like year where it's your time to win all the close games. And so far, the Marlins have done that. Tampa, St. Pete, Lake City, Port Charlotte, and Venice. We'll do it all over again tomorrow morning. The bonus hour in the 239 is next. Miller and Moulton here for the Clutch Vodka Play of the Day.
Mark, remember Nick Charles, Fred Hickman, the CNN Play of the Day?
Yeah, CNN did a nightly sports show. That was a while ago.
Yes, it was. Just work with me.
Play
Everyone liked the pod, the Play of the Day. So how about we have the Clutch Vodka Play of the Day?
Sounds good. Fun. Smooth. Like Clutch Vodka.
Listen weekday mornings for the Clutch Vodka Play of the Day.
That's Clutch with a K.
Visit Jason and Todd at the Diamond District.
We declared our independence in 1776 and have been celebrating the 4th of July with concerts, parades, fireworks, and new sunglasses ever since.
Todd, I'm not sure they had sunglasses back then, but let's go with that since the Diamond District can't have a concert, parade, or fireworks in the store and want to celebrate. So this 4th of July, with a purchase of $500 or more, you'll receive free Bose audio sunglasses.
That's right. With any purchase of $500 or more, now through the 4th of July, the Diamond District will give you free Bose audio sunglasses. Listen to your favorite music by the pool, while running, or walking the beach.
Visit the Diamond District now through the 4th of July for your free Bose audio sunglasses with purchase of $500 or more. Only at the Diamond District.
Visit Jason and Todd at the Diamond District.
The waterways of Naples are a beauty to behold, and the Bayfront Inn has multiple ways for guests to enjoy the water and have some fun. Gather your family and friends and enjoy a leisurely day on the water with a pontoon or deck boat. If you prefer to explore the waterways without a motor, the Bayfront has canoes, standboards, and kayaks. At the end of your journey, enjoy lunch or dinner at the Bamboo Tropical Bar and Grill. The Bayfront Inn. Something for everyone. On 5th Avenue in Naples.
David Moulton for Napa, Napa Auto Parts, and Napa Filters. Insist on Napa filters for your vehicles, or if you're a do-it-yourselfer, only buy Napa filters. Napa has a filter for almost anything on earth that moves, whether it's motorcycles, foreign and domestic cars, vans, SUVs, earth-moving equipment. You get the idea. Napa Auto Parts, Napa filters. Insist on them for your vehicles, or if you're do-it-yourselfer, only buy Napa filters.
Hello, friends and family of Southwest Florida. Are you looking to tap into the electric vehicle market? Well, look no further, because we here at Southwest Florida Golf Carts have just what you need. E-bikes, golf carts, LSVs, scooters, and more. Come down and talk with one of our experienced sales reps, have a soda and a smile, and you could be cruising the streets in your new EV today. Stop by the store or visit our website at flgolfcarts.com and enter for a chance to win $100 off your next purchase by answering John's monthly sports question.
You were listening to Miller and Moulton on the Florida Sports Network.
Did you happen to see the article in The Athletic about if Piff came to college football?
No.
They anonymously interviewed 4 ADs. And a couple of them are saying, no, we'd never take that money. And other ones are going, yeah, I don't know what to tell you. Well, they're saying from the university standpoint, with that, it's a little different than a pro team. But if the Piff money started, if they wanted to buy a college football team, it's an interesting article. I didn't even read the whole thing, and I found it this morning. I was reading it over my coffee. I didn't finish it, but I was like, I'm with the ADs that say couldn't take it fast enough. But I know how to get FGCU a football team now.
Ha, ha, ha.
Well, Adam, if you're down in these parts, stop in and buy a. They're good guys.
Do they still do the website?
They still do the website.
Didn't they? You used to be able to go diamonddistrict.com, right?
Can't buy anything on now. No. Too hard to sell that type of merchandise online. 5 hours of NBA free agency on ESPN Friday, 3 to 6 and 7 to 9.
3 to 6 will be great because free agency doesn't start till 6.
Well, they can talk about who the Lakers might get in free agency, David.
Well, and of course, there are no discussions going on until 6 o'clock tomorrow night.
Is that you, Felipe?
No, that's me.
Oh, that's you. Okay.
Ten seconds.
You are listening to Miller and Moulton, exclusively on the Florida Sports Network. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
It is the Diamond District bonus hour. Miller and Moulton on this final Thursday of June. Thanks so much for being with us. Diamond District's got a 4th of July holiday special going on. No, they're not selling mattresses or washer and dryers. You know, whatever it is, the big July 4th, rooms to go special. No, that's not them. It's jewelry. $500 or more. You get the free Bose glasses. Kind of cool, actually. You mentioned Miller Moulton, you get 10% off your purchase. So
now I have to start finding people with these glasses on airplanes. Because it's going to have that's what you got to look for, is the people that are wearing the shades, and see if their shades are actually the Bose audio sunglasses now on airplanes.
Would that be allowed? Because the person that just sits there with their sunglasses on, kind of like, listen, I'm too cool. I don't want to make eye contact with all of you. Unless they're Jim McMahon and they've got an eye condition and they actually need to wear the sunglasses everywhere. I mean, they're basically, it's obnoxious.
It is obnoxious. I've thought about, because I usually wear when I leave, I'll have my sunglasses on. When I fly out of town, I'll have my sunglasses on going to the airport. And I usually just put them on top of my head.
Right.
Now I get on the plane, I want to go to sleep. Not a bad thing to lower those suckers to put the light out, even though I don't do it, just because I don't want to look like that guy.
So, but if it's the Bose glasses, then, you're just like, oh, well, in that case, you're cool. Huh. Hey, can I try those?
But remember, if you stop by the Diamond District between now and July 4th, yeah, you can get those glasses for spending $500. But if you mention Miller and Moulton, you get another 10% off. They're just giving you money, basically.
We finally are doing something for you.
And by we mean Todd and Jason at the Diamond District.
Right. We're taking credit for it. We're like the PGA Tour. A whole bunch of people give the money to charity. We're the ones that claim we do it. That's what's going on right here.
I was good at that with the E-Blades. We do those jersey auctions, and the fans would spend all kinds of money back in the day for those jerseys, and I would, give money to charity.
Right. The Everblades would give money to charity. Right. It wasn't their money, but, well, it kind of was. I mean, the fans gave it to you. You could have put it in your safe.
Exactly. It was ours for a moment.
Right. It basically, you guys were Stu Sternberg. Okay. You're taking Publix's $20 million a year. that they're paying to put their name on your new stadium. And then that's the money that you're giving the city of St. Petersburg. And you're going, you see, we're contributing $400 million.
You know what I will say, though? When I was working with the Blades, and I think it was our second year, so this is, last century, for crying out loud.
Right.
FGCU, and I think it was, I don't know if it was a business class or a graduate, I think it was a graduate business class, came to us for a statistical stats class and wanted to do this whole survey. So I got to write all the survey questions, and they did all of the work and got this great bit of analytics about our fan base. And what I found out was they didn't think we gave any money to charity because we did all those jersey auctions, and you're in the news at the time. I wasn't calling you saying, hey, we're at a school today reading to them. Hey, we're over at this hospital giving stuffed animals away. Hey, we're doing this, which we did a ton of stuff, and they still do. But I didn't publicize it because I thought it was just the right thing to do. And it was at that moment that I said, I've got to start publicizing these things because I need our fans to realize that we're out trying to do a lot of good things in the community.
Is that when Swampy became a big deal? Is that when you're like, listen, I got to let everybody know where Swampy is? Okay, visiting the kids in the hospital, and where Swampy goes, that's where a charitable check follows. I will say I remember you calling. I do remember getting those phone calls from you. Hey, you do me a favor? Okay, can you stop by, such and such elementary today? Okay, around 1:00. And seriously?
Got the players reading to some kids. Got the mascot there. It's a good shot for you.
Yep, just what I need. More players reading to more fourth graders. This is great. Fantastic. That's riveting 20 seconds in the sports. You do know I get about 1:40, right? I got to spend 20 seconds on this. Why? So that I can get the free food? The free food on Friday and Saturday nights? Really? Okay, fine. I'll do anything for a carb. That's how it goes right there. That's the trade-off. That's how it went.
You just heard the inner workings of a PR conversation with a local news rep.
Yep. At the time, I was quote unquote sports director of NBC and ABC. So that meant it made both. That's another reason why Mark would lean on me pretty hard. After Severson retired, I was calling the shots in that room for 3-4 years. So he knew, I get Moulton to say yes, I'm on NBC and ABC. Now nobody's watching ABC, but I get on NBC too.
Does it bother you at all that the ABC station is as popular as it is now from a news standpoint?
No, I'm thrilled. I'm absolutely thrilled. I'm glad they finally committed to them. I mean, this was kind of like what we were talking about 2 hours ago with UCF, USF. Okay, but no. They made a bit of a commitment. And they made a bit of a commitment to be different. Like that was the other thing. I mean, just when I was there 20 years ago, our A block and their A block would be identical. What they did from 6:00 to 6:05, we did from 6:06 to 6:10. And then you flip, and what they did from 6:06 to 6:10, we did from 6:01 to 6:05. Okay, they were identical. Well, if that's the case, then you're going to watch Kelly Burns and at the time, Craig Wolf. I mean, they were popular and people liked them, so you're not going to watch us. And it's the same damn news. So why in the world are they going to watch us? They tried to put Jim Reef, really popular weather guy. They put him on ABC 7. Yeah, okay, a few people switched over. But no, there weren't enough difference. I mean, now what they did finally, like 10 so years ago, they said, our news is going to be a little different here. We're still going to have the few stories that cross over and have the reporters got the NBC mic flag on, and 5 minutes later is the ABC 7 mic flag on. Okay. But they actually made the newscast look differently. And secondly, Mark, they settled on some anchors who were good, and they stayed with them. I mean, Krista Fogelsong and our buddy who just went to Tampa, I mean, they were together nearly a decade. And they were good. So, it started to make inroads. And then one of their two chief competitors kind of started to fall apart, and that helped too.
No doubt. It does, because I had watched that other one a lot right up until Ian came. And I have not watched local news since Ian. Like, they lost me. I was someone who watched, and I went away from it completely.
What is interesting, by the way, is Waterman Broadcasting's reign ends, I believe, tomorrow. I believe officially the sale goes through Friday into Saturday. That is NBC2, ABC7 has been locally owned, I believe, from the beginning. Bernie Waterman founded it and owned it and passed away, I believe, like a year and a half ago, finally. And I say finally because he was quite elderly. So I hope that didn't sound the way it did. But I mean, Mr. Waterman was elderly when I worked there, and I haven't worked there since 2004. So, I mean, he lived a very long time. He lived there, I think, nearly 100.
It has been a crazy time starting to work there during this transitional period where they're literally being bought out by a different company.
Yeah. Hearst, right?
Correct.
Okay. So, a big corporation and, and I think everybody, if I was working there, what would interest me, like if I was Hearst, I wouldn't change a thing. Honestly, the building's a cash cow. Honestly, it's why I bought it. I literally wouldn't change a thing. I'd look at all of you and go, you all keeping your jobs. Everything's fine. We're just now the checks, top left corner of the checks are going to be different. If you look at your bank account online, it's going to be coming from a different place. I literally wouldn't change a thing. That's usually not what these corporations do. They go, we're making a boatload. We want to make just a little more than that.
It will be interesting from a local standpoint. As you mentioned, they've, Waterman's been here forever and has been a leader in this community forever. So it will be interesting to see how this transition does take place. Don't know how we got off on that, but we do have a poll question up, by the way, David.
I should probably retweet it.
Well, I just answered it and retweeted it myself. Who will get to their conference championship game first? UCF, Florida, or Miami? And right now, UCF with an early lead.
I say Miami.
I did too. And I stared at it for 30 seconds before I voted, and I picked Miami. And the no divisions doesn't matter as much they should be one of the big three in the ACC. They should be. Period.
Yes. Yeah. We think they still have their NIL act together. I mean, until Mr. Ruiz goes, no, man, I'm out of money. Then I think you start to worry. But, Cristobal, much like Napier, doing a really good job on the trail, despite the fact he's yet to have the on-field results. They're over under 7.5 this year, by the way, the Canes. 7.5. UCF's over under is what? I mean, like same as Florida, 5.5, something like that.
I thought it was 5.5, David, and I don't have them in front of me.
But as you mentioned, UCF picked for 8th in the Big 12. Yikes. You think UCF fan be okay with that? They'll just be so happy to be in the Big 12 this year. It'll be great. Or do you think they'll go, what the?
21,000 UCF fan. You tell us. I think they'll be bothered by it. And I don't think it'll be I'm done with them. I think they'll be genuinely ticked off wanting their program to get better because they have bought in. Their fans have bought in completely. So I don't think their fans abandon them. I think their fans will be angry.
Let's just say they go 6-6. I do think Gus will start to get a little bit of grief from within. He's gone 9-3 and 8-4 his first 2 years. And I think most UCF fans thought they should have been like a game better each year than that. I know Gabriel, a quarterback, got hurt 2 years ago. I will say their football team's easy to root for this year just for their quarterback. This John Reese Plumlee guy, I mean, he played 2 sports. Aren't a lot of guys doing that anymore. I mean, he's playing baseball for UCF and then literally getting done with the game and going across the street and participating in spring football practice.
Tell you what, I think they should sign up for 6-6 right now at UCF. They've got 2 games non-conference they should win. They go to Boise. I would take 6-6 if I'm UCF. Would you?
So that means you go 4-5 in conference, 2-1 non. No, I'm not signing up for it. So there, I'm a stubborn fool. Miller and Moulton.
Located on the East Trail, locally owned Naples Tiki Bar and Grill is an outdoor eatery next to the Hitching Post Shopping Center. Island-inspired food with a true tiki theme. The best place in Naples to enjoy the beautiful weather in Southwest Florida. The Naples Tiki Bar and Grill offers a great menu for dine-in or takeout. Enjoy our famous pulled pork, huge burgers, and tiki bar cocktails. Don't miss happy hour every day from 3 to 6 and live music 7 days a week. See you soon at the Naples Tiki Bar and Grill, 11498 Tamiami Trail East.
Visit Jason and Todd at the Diamond District.
While talking with my friends Jason and Todd with the Diamond District, the 4th of July came up, and Todd was like,
Jason, the Diamond District is celebrating 20 years in business. Let's give something away for free this 4th of July.
Then Jason, with that aha look on his face, said,
Todd, I had the perfect idea. I was wearing my Bose audio sunglasses at the pool the other day and loved the feel, the look, and the sound. Let's do this. With a purchase of $500 or more, we'll give a pair of these sweet sounding shades away.
It didn't take Todd long to agree.
Jason, you're brilliant. Who wouldn't want Bose audio sunglasses? And for a purchase of $500 or more, it's a no-brainer.
It is a no-brainer. Now through the 4th of July, free Bose audio sunglasses with your purchase of $500 or more from the Diamond District.
Visit Jason and Todd at the Diamond District.
The waterways of Naples are a beauty to behold, and the Bayfront Inn has multiple ways for guests to enjoy the water and have some fun. Gather your family and friends and enjoy a leisurely day on the water with a pontoon or deck boat. If you prefer to explore the waterways without a motor, the Bayfront has canoes, standboards, and kayaks. At the end of your journey, enjoy lunch or dinner at the Bamboo Tropical Bar and Grill. The Bayfront Inn. Something for everyone. On 5th Avenue in Naples.
You were listening to Miller and Moulton on the Florida Sports Network.
David, what year did you start working at Waterman?
I started in November of 99 and left in early 04.
And
so there are very few people, my guess, still there from when I worked.
And did they hire you as a reporter?
I was hired as the main sports anchor for ABC 7.
Nice.
And the main sports guy on NBC2 was named Jay Severson. He ran the department, and he left within a year. And they made me sports director of both stations. I had a choice. Also, when they hired me, I had a choice. Do I be the Monday through Friday guy on ABC, or do I be the weekend guy on NBC? And I thought Jay, who had only been the main guy for a handful of years, I thought, well, he's not going anywhere. And I don't want to work weekends and I plan to be here a long time. So I'm going to work Monday through Friday. I didn't care about the ratings thing. I don't care. Give me a check. Let me go home. And so I took the ABC 7 job. And then when Severson left 10 months later, I went in and I said, I want the gig. And they wouldn't give it to me. That bothered me. And they promoted the weekend guy. And then I had to be the sports director. So I had the one do all the assignments, the stress, both stations, the whole deal. And Yinzer, the commentary, I got to give them a lot of credit. First off, this is over 20 years ago. I was a real blankety blank in my early to mid 30s. Holy mid 30s, they got me. Wow. I was difficult. I could be wrong, but was my commentary. I did I had a meeting beforehand, and Steve Pontius, who's leaving tomorrow, okay, the longtime GM, said, what could we do to have you be successful here? And I said, let me do the radio, because they don't have any radio. And I said, I know, I've heard you've been against that. I go, you have to let me do the radio. Let me find a place on the radio. And they said, yeah, okay. Now, I will say, if I was on NBC2, I don't think they would have said yes. But because I was on ABC 7, they were like, yeah, sure, knock yourself out.
So ABC7 used to have their own radio.
No. This station that we're on right now, this company, I found them, lobbied them. It took 5-6 months. My first day on the radio in Southwest Florida was the day Michigan State beat the Gators for the basketball national championship. I think it's April 4th, 2000. Not sure if it's the 4th, but it's give it or take a day or two. That was my first day on the radio in Southwest Florida. And I had a 2-hour show, Felipe, 2 to 4 in the afternoon on 770. There was
You went to noon to 2.
Then I went to noon to 2 when we went all sports. We did 5 months. No, we did a year and a half, actually, of bartered programming. Felipe, I think you've heard the story, but you were never able to put it together. This is no joke, Felipe. The show on the radio before me was a penile enhancement show. Then I did 2 to 4, and the show on after me was a 1-hour 4 to 5 stock wrap-up show based out of West Palm Beach. And the morning guy on 770 would promote the afternoon lineup as Cox, Jocks, and Stocks.
Oh my God.
Outstanding. Just outstanding.
Rest in peace, Joe Scott.
He was a talent. He really was. And then I did a commentary one night on ABC7, and the news director called me in and he said, "Hey, I like that. I want you to do that every night." And I go, "Well, I don't want to do it every night. It's kind of forced." He said, "You're going to do one every night." Oh, okay. So I'd get like 3 minutes, which became 2.5. Okay. And I would end it. Usually the final 30 seconds of my sportscast would be a commentary about something.
We're back in 10. Interesting, though.
It's the bonus hour of Miller and Moulton on the Florida Sports Network.
21 minutes past the hour, the Diamond District bonus hour of Miller and Moulton. Thanks so much for being with us. We'll do a show tomorrow, and then we're going to take a little 4-day holiday break. And then Felipe and I will do Wednesday, Thursday, Friday of next week together. And then the whole posse will be back together on Monday the 10th. So that's how this whole 4th of July thing's going to go. And I mentioned that because the Diamond District, they got a little 4th of July thing that they're doing. Spend $500 or more, you get a free pair of Bose glasses. Mention Miller and Moulton, you get 10% off whatever your purchase is. $500, $5,000, whatever it is, you get 10% off. Hot steaming deal. Just mention us. Finally doing something for some of you. Except annoying you.
Hopefully entertaining you from time to time.
Right. And for the women in your life that you're buying the jewelry for who hate the sound of our voices, okay, you can say to them, "Hey, one of the reasons why I could afford this is those two guys you are sick and tired of listening to when you get in the car." No?
Well, no, it hurts a little bit. You're right. And I'm just sitting here going, I don't want to annoy people.
I know, but you've seen the looks on their faces, the wives and the girlfriends, when they meet us. I mean, the looks on their faces are like, "Listen, I'm not crazy about him, but I'm really not crazy about you."
I had to laugh because the daughter soccer coach is a big listener of our show.
Great.
And, from time to time, people get a little, it freaks us out when they get fanboy because we're not that way. We're very easily approachable.
Yeah.
And I had
we know we're not a big deal. Trust me.
Right. Well, and that's where I had to laugh because the coach's wife was one that says, because I'm praising this coach. He's literally the best youth coach that I've ever had for either one of my children. And the wife overhears it and she goes, "He's a big fan too." I'm like, that's good.
Right.
I need more of my kids' coaches to be fans of the show. We'll grow them one at a time out there.
Right. While you're at it, hey, coach, go to the Diamond District.
buy something for your wife. Maybe she'll be a fan. But
Right.
she's the first one that's listened to the show. She's the first wife that didn't give me that look. She was actually appreciative of the show. I felt great.
Wow. Hell, I don't even get that look from my wife. That's fantastic. Glad one of us is getting that look. That's good.
I'm not getting it from my wife either.
Well, yeah, maybe the vacation.
We'll see.
Yeah, maybe. If not, bring the Phil Steele book. Need some company.
Oh, he will be such a companion.
Well, whatever you do, don't read it on the flight. Okay, that's the problem. Just so you know, 90 minutes, 2 hours goes by. You're through the Big Ten and the SEC just like that. Don't do that. No. Save it until you arrive, because otherwise, they'll be like, well, listen, you ignored us the whole flight. Put the damn book down. We're on vacation.
They're both going to be on their phones the whole flight. Like I'm going to be ignored. Like they even pay attention to me. I'm there to pay for meals.
It's one thing that I found to be effective to do on flights is clear up your photo album. Or just clear up any storage on your phone. Because I feel like that's an issue that a lot of us run into these days. Maybe not you guys, but I know a lot of people listening.
Every day I'm told that I'm over my storage limit, and I've got so many, because I take a lot of videos of my daughter.
Right.
And videos eat up a tremendous amount of space, and most of them are incredibly insignificant. Either the daughter videos, the dog videos, or the cat videos, they could probably all go.
So that's what I find myself doing on flights. I delete videos, pictures, all that stuff.
I don't know if this is the most riveting radio or not, but I apologize anyway. So we're purging the condo because we're going to spend a ton of money on it coming up in the fall to redo it.
How much do you have to purge? You just moved.
I understand, but we moved very quickly. As you know, you sold the house after all. And I called you up and gave you about an hour and a half's notice and said, I got to sell this thing. And you were great, by the way. And so we still have stuff that we never would have made a normal move. We would have gotten rid of it in Southwest Florida before we moved to Jacksonville. So we're purging. So for Felipe, for as much as my wife loves to purge the contents of the condo, I cannot get her to get rid of anything that's on her phone. Nothing. Every single photo has to be saved. She doesn't get rid of a single email. I don't know about you. You remember we did the whole thing. Cowherd talks about, how much money you have in your wallet, and that the average man apparently has $22 in his wallet. And whenever he did the thing, we would all check our wallets as to how much money we had. Okay. Well, what I'm curious about on your phone, how many texts, are like, what's the number on your texts that you haven't answered, and or what's the number on your emails that you haven't opened?
Okay. Texts, 0.
Text is always 0.
Okay.
0 for me.
Mine's 1. Emails is 5.
And here's a tip. Anytime you get like one of those robot text messages, just delete it immediately. Clears up space.
I think we know that. But I have 55 emails between the two accounts that I have on here.
So that little red number on your email says 55?
55.
Okay, mine says 5.
Mine is also 0, but that's because my email on my phone is connected to my laptop, and I've been...
Well, and that's all you've been doing the whole show.
Oh,
I checked my wife's phone in between a commercial break this morning. I did. And I do it for this reason. The little things that humor you when you've been married 27 years. I'm like, let's see how many unopened emails she has. 463.
I guarantee you, I bet you right now, my wife's is over.
That's unflippin' believable. That's it. You could divorce somebody for that.
Why?
Okay? It's a tremendous violation of etiquette.
It doesn't mean that you haven't looked and see what they are. It means you haven't opened them.
It's not.
Yes, I know.
And I'll tell you why that number is so high, because you know how nowadays, whenever you put in a receipt or type in anything, they ask you to type in your email.
And you tell them no, by the way.
You want to connect to the Wi-Fi. What do they ask? For your email. You type in your email, boom, here's your Wi-Fi. Every time you do that, you have now signed up to receive emails from you, like the place that you did that from. And that is how that number stacks up. So there is an option to unsubscribe, But doing that for every single thing that you've ever signed up for is annoying.
And by the way, my brother-in-law, who's in internet security, says he's convinced that every time you unsubscribe, you're just reaffirming what your address is to them.
Oh, that's that. You know what? That's probably true.
So your wife has 400 plus
unopened emails.
And that really bothers you.
Oh, I think I can divorce her, no questions asked. And not have to pay nearly as much as if there were legitimate circumstances. No. Mm-mm.
Matt in our Twitch chat room says his email is 34,693.
I'm not talking about how many emails you have. I'm talking about unopened emails. There's no way you have 34,000 unopened emails.
I worked for a guy that had that many unopened emails. At least in the thousands.
It's ridiculous.
I'll be up to that number by the time I get done with vacation.
So you're going to put the phone aside?
As much as is humanly possible.
Good. I'm proud of you. Good.
Sometimes we got to put away the magic box from time to time.
The only thing, to be, this is not fair to your wife, but to be honest, David, the only thing I will break the phone out for is probably early in the morning to delete emails every day. Because I do get annoyed with how large that folder can get. And you check every one the moment it comes.
Yes. Yes. And I delete all the crappy ones right away. Yes. Johnny Mac, Twitch chat room. His wife has over 5,000 unopened emails. That's unbelievable. Honestly, we wouldn't talk for days.
It can happen. I have a burner email. You know, one that just is filled with receipts and promotions and all that.
I've got a couple of those, Felipe.
Right.
I know exactly what you're talking about. David, on the other hand, incredibly organized. The good, the bad, and the ugly. Today was a day when what's on tap and Moulton's pending divorce, all still ahead on the Florida Sports Network.
Visit Jason and Todd at the Diamond District.
We declared our independence in 1776 and have been celebrating the 4th of July with concerts, parades, fireworks, and new sunglasses ever since.
Todd, I'm not sure they had sunglasses back then, but let's go with that since the Diamond District can't have a concert, parade, or fireworks in the store and want to celebrate. So this 4th of July, with a purchase of $500 or more, you'll receive free Bose audio sunglasses.
That's right. With any purchase of $500 or more, now through the 4th of July, the Diamond District will give you free Bose audio sunglasses. Listen to your favorite music by the pool, while running, or walking the beach.
Visit the Diamond District now through the 4th of July for your free Bose audio sunglasses with purchase of $500 or more. Only at the Diamond District.
Visit Jason and Todd at the Diamond District.
Located on the East Trail, locally owned Naples Tiki Bar and Grill is an outdoor eatery next to the Hitching Post Shopping Center. Island-inspired food with a true tiki theme. The best place in Naples to enjoy the beautiful weather in Southwest Florida. The Naples Tiki Bar and Grill offers a great menu for dine-in or takeout. Enjoy our famous pulled pork, huge burgers, and tiki bar cocktails. Don't miss happy hour every day from 3 to 6 and live music 7 days a week. See you soon at the Naples Tiki Bar and Grill, 11498 Tamiami Trail East.
The waterways of Naples are a beauty to behold, and the Bayfront Inn has multiple ways for guests to enjoy the water and have some fun. Gather your family and friends and enjoy a leisurely day on the water with a pontoon or deck boat. If you prefer to explore the waterways without a motor, the Bayfront has canoes, standboards, and kayaks. At the end of your journey, enjoy lunch or dinner at the Bamboo Tropical Bar and Grill. The Bayfront Inn. Something for everyone. On 5th Avenue in Naples.
You were listening to Miller and Moulton on the Florida Sports Network.
You know, it's funny, Mark, when you said you used to work for a boss that used to do that, I almost said, used to?
Oh. No, when I did my little stint working in cabinetry, he never opened emails. He'd have thousands of texts, thousands of emails. He was the worst.
Oh, sounds familiar.
I got to tell you, this new coffee cup that the daughter got me.
Yeah?
My coffee's still warm, like hot. Poured it in here at
nice.
5:30 4:15 in the morning.
So your other coffee cup, was it a Yeti?
It's a Yeti knockoff.
Not, but
Both of
that's a
them
Yeti.
were-
But that's a Yeti knockoff.
Yeah, I know.
It's just a better Yeti knockoff.
Well, and they could lose. I mean, those other ones were old.
I don't know that those kind of cups kind of lose their quality over
I think they
time.
do.
I think they do.
I think they have to.
I don't know if that's how that works or not.
Do you delete voicemails right away too, David?
Yes.
I keep a couple, but
Yeah, I think I have 4 voicemails saved.
yeah. A lot of the ones that I've kept, because I used to have one of those voicemails where I made you think that I answered the phone. So a lot of them are just reactions of people being really pissed off and cussing me out. I laugh every time. You know the rules. So
Is it Mackinac Island in Michigan?
Yes, Mackinac.
So even though it's spelled
Mackinac,
it's
Mackinac.
Mackinac.
Why are you going there?
No, Marty asked me to do a read. So he didn't phonetically spell it out for me. Didn't tell me it was pronounced Mackinac. I don't even know where it is. So I did the read, sent it to him, Mackinac. What the hell do I know? So, he's making fun of me. I'm like, well,
I'm a little jealous. I would love to do a Mackinac anything read. I'm from
Yeah.
Michigan, for crying out loud.
I know. It's what I said to him. By the way, it's the only time he's talked to me in 3 months. And he didn't talk to me. Sent me a text.
We running it up there? Or we running it down here?
I'm assuming it's up there. Said he needed a different voice. Whatever. Okay. We're getting paid tomorrow. So, okay.
Right.
Whatever.
Woohoo. So David, part of you being part of the sports team at Waterman, I mean, you used to cover City of Palms Classic.
Oh yeah.
Everything local, Felipe.
Right,
That's what a
right,
local
but that's-
sports guy does.
but like
there's
in-
believe it or not, there are more local events here than the City of Palms.
But in the year 2001, City of Palms Classic was like maybe one of the main local sports things of the year.
Yeah, it was one of the 3 big. I covered 99, 2000, 01, 02, 03.
That's awesome.
And
Lou Williams dunk contest.
Blades, City of Palms, and we actually had an LPGA event for the first couple of years I was here. It was the Subaru. It was great.
Wow. What
Well
course?
attended. The last one it was at, I think, was the Strand.
Yeah, I think that's right.
Which is just off the highway in Naples. Anyway,
we're coming back.
But yeah, it was Blades, City of Palms, professional golf.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton, only on the Florida Sports Network. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
22 minutes till the top of the hour, 16 until we're out of here. The Diamond District bonus hour of Miller and Moulton continues. Thanks so much for being with us. We'll do a show tomorrow, then we're off until July 5th. Mark's off till the 10th. He and his Phil Steele book heading on the road. So his family apparently is going to join him. Not sure when he'll notice.
It's a great question.
Especially depending on the weather. I know you were a little bummed. Right now, it looks as if rain's going to follow you.
I'm so ticked off.
Well, hopefully it changes. Come on, it's the weather, folks. They don't know what they're talking about. Come on. It's like Miller and Moulton picking games, for goodness sake.
Well, you've got something there. David, I would just want to get to a couple of texts that we got here right away.
Okay. All right.
This person said 9,907 unopened emails. Next person says, my wife's unread emails on her phone is like 3,000. Not exaggerating. Mostly junk, but still. And then in all capital letters, he yells at me. Drives me nuts.
I think it's more annoying with the text messages, personally. Like when you have too many, because the emails you can kind of brush off more than.
I'm with you.
Yeah.
The text messages should be at around 0 always.
Yes.
The
yes.
emails I don't have the problem with.
See, again, you guys are older, so you don't know the struggles with. And whenever an event is happening, you're placed in a group chat, and then one group chat turns into 7 million other group chats. I've been in maybe over 100 group chats in the last 2-3 years of my life, and it is so obnoxious.
Speaking of so obnoxious, how obnoxious was that put down of us that he just did?
It bothered me more than him than him eating ketchup.
No. Hold on. No, Felipe, you had your say.
Take a break.
You had your
there,
say.
okay?
You had your
The show
say.
still does say Miller and Moulton.
Okay.
No. So let me get this straight. He thinks that somehow we're so old we haven't been part of, wait for it, a group text?
Yeah. Apparently not.
Throughout high school and college, you didn't have cell phones. Hell, you get to.
Thank goodness.
Right.
I'd be in jail.
Felipe, Felipe, yes, we are old. Okay. 53 and 57, technically, we are old. Okay. Certainly by your standards. I am positive each of us own an article of clothing that is as old or older than you. We are old. Okay. But this just in, we've had a cell phone far longer than you. Okay. We've
been alive, as a matter of fact.
We've dealt with the internet far longer than you. Now, I haven't dealt with it well, but I am aware of what is going on, and you're not going to believe this. As a husband and as a father and a professional, I have been a part of group text before.
And I assure you that in my life, I have been part of more group chats.
Absolutely not. You've got to be kidding me. I've worked for 3 networks. Are you crazy? No, absolutely not. No flipping way. Are you kidding me?
It's not just text, though.
Felipe, I worked a Super Bowl. Do you know how many group texts I got for that game? More than you'll get in a year. Come on.
But there's Snapchat group chats, there's Instagram group chats, there's Twitter group chats. You can make group chats on different apps.
Terrific. Thanks for enlightening us.
It's a lot of notifications. That's the point. That was the point of the basis of all of this.
Notify me the music, would you?
Yeah.
It's time for someone to take back this segment, if for no other reason than to stop David from talking about Meghan and Harry. Here's Mark Miller with Today Was the Day When.
We start in 1613 when Shakespeare's Globe Theatre in London burns down, much like these last couple of segments. 1958. Brazil beats Sweden, Pele with 2 goals in the World Cup final.
What year?
58.
Oh, yeah, that was the first one, I think.
61. Willie Mays becomes the 4th player in Major League Baseball history with 3 or more home runs twice in one season, as he hit 3, including a 10th inning home run in the Giants' 8-7 win over Philadelphia. From Me to You, the first Beatles song to hit the UK charts today in 1963. Today in 1979, the San Diego Chicken was reborn at Jack Murphy Stadium. You remember when mascots were a big deal? Because they were then.
Absolutely. The San Diego Chicken, Philly Fanatic. Those were the two.
Today in 84, Pete Rose plays in his record 3,309th Major League Baseball game, surpassing Carl Yastrzemski. Figured you'd like this one, David. Today in 84, Orel Hershiser starts for the Dodgers. It begins a string of making every scheduled start until 1990.
Load management finally got to him?
Yeah. World Cup final in 86, Argentina beats West Germany 3-2 in front of 114,600.
That was 86, right?
In Mexico City.
That was Maradona's year. That was the hand of God goal against England in the quarterfinals. They still haven't gotten over it.
Today in 86, Sparky Anderson wins his 600th as the Tigers manager, becoming the first to win 600 as a manager in both leagues. Today in 1990, Dave Stewart no-hits the Blue Jays for the A's, and Fernando no-hits St. Louis. First time there were no-hitters in both leagues on the same day.
Both televised on ESPN. It was their 7:30, 10 o'clock doubleheader. I think Berman had the night. I think he had the Dodgers game.
Today in 92, an NHL arbitrator decides that Eric Lindros goes to Philadelphia instead of the Rangers after Quebec traded him twice.
Yep, they had 2 signed deals.
Quebec would end up getting 6 players, 2 draft picks, and $15 million. Today in 94, Glenn Robinson is the first pick of the Milwaukee Bucks. When he signed his next contract, he'd be worth more than the Milwaukee Bucks. And in 2009, Bernie Madoff was sentenced to 150 years for the Ponzi scheme.
Got off light.
Slim Pickens and Harmon Killebrew would have celebrated birthdays today. Gary Busey, 79. Dan Deerdorf, 74. Colin Hay from Men at Work and Don Dokken from Dokken are each 70. I would have never had the over on Dokken.
No way. Underrated group, by the way.
Ooh, no, I think they're rated about right.
You think so?
Yeah, and I rocked with Dokken a couple of times.
Yeah.
I saw them open up for many a band.
Yeah, I like them.
They were your opening act in the hair metal days.
A really good one, though.
Rick Honeycutt, 69. Pepper Johnson is 59. Theo Fleury is 55. Martin Truex Jr. is 43. Kawhi Leonard is 32. And Michael Porter Jr. is 25. What did I miss, David?
A couple of things. First off, a couple of famous actresses died on this day. Jane Mansfield died in a car crash on this day in 67. And Katharine Hepburn died 20 years ago today at the age of 96. But Mark, the death penalty was shot down today in 1972. The Supreme Court 5-4 vote said, yeah, we ain't doing this anymore. 4 years later, 2/3 of America still wanted the death penalty. Somebody brought it before the Supreme Court. They said, yeah, we changed our mind. And that's when Gary Gilmore, nut job in Utah, executed his family. They shot him in 77. It was the first guy killed after they reinstated it after 5 years. So there you go.
Remember 4 years ago when the MLB had their first London baseball game ever?
Yeah.
You remember what the final score of that first game was?
It was incredibly high scoring. It took forever because we were doing West Coast golf on Fox. And I'm trying to remember, I don't think it was U.S. Open. I think it was U.S. Women's Open or something. And the game went an hour and a half over the window.
The Yankees won 17-13 4 years ago today. First Major League Baseball game in London.
Yankees, Red Sox, right?
Yankees, Red Sox, yes.
You've heard folks elsewhere mock Florida is gonna Florida. Well, Mark Miller sees it differently. He calls it the good, the bad, and the ugly. What you got, Mark?
I got Hugh Hackney. Matched all 5 numbers. Not the mega ball number, but he purchased it right here in Fort Myers on McGregor, and he wins $1 million. By the way, the jackpot for tomorrow's Mega Millions is worth $368 million.
Okay.
Oh, boy. I'm telling you. Of course, for the bad, we have a freezing computer for the second time this show.
Oh, wow. It has to be annoying whenever you hear that winning ticket is down the street from you, isn't it?
No, it's funny. I think the other way. I'm like, hey, okay, we got winners here. One of them will be me.
I'm totally with you, David. Totally with you. There we go. We go to London for the bad, where Keaton Beck was driving past an unmarked police car, ripping a balloon full of nitrous. When he was pulled over, they discovered enough weed to arrest him. When they went to his house, they found enough cocaine to arrest him for a long time. Next time, dude, keep the nitrous at home. Finally, the ugly. Come back to the gritty streets of Southwest Florida, David, where a couple were arrested for robbing an arcade in North Fort Myers. Joseph Zimmer and Kathy Whalen said they were from the Florida Gaming Control Commission, asked for keys to the gaming machine. The witness said they didn't have access to the keys. Then they pulled out 2 plastic bags that appeared to be evidence bags and started walking away, trying to walk away with the money. Fortunately, they called police and the 2 were arrested. I like the scheme. I mean, I have to give them credit. Part of the gaming commission taking down the arcade. But they were taken down instead. And that is the good, the bad, and the ugly on today, June the 29th, 2023.
6 afternoon baseball games today, including the Rays. 3:40 action in Arizona. Rays a slight favorite. Not the greatest pitching matchup in the world. Zach Littell against Brandon Pfaadt. Okay, Littell's ERA is 6.57, and it's nearly 2 runs less than Arizona's starting pitcher.
Yeah, Pfaadt's got a fat ERA
Yes,
of
he
8.37.
So, split the first 2 games of this 3-game series. Marlins, 6 o'clock tonight. They try to sweep the Red Sox, who are back below 500. I think the GM in Boston's getting gassed after this year. They're going to finish last, and they may even be above 500 and finish last. And I think, the Rays approach in Boston, don't think it's working. Don't think they're patient enough. I think the fan base is like, how come we keep losing our really good players? You keep saying you don't have any money or you don't want to spend it, yet you don't have a problem buying European soccer teams. So I have a feeling that John Henry's going to have to fire somebody to get people off his butt.
Or get their act together. They're only 4 games out of the playoffs right now.
Yeah, below 500, though. It's tough to take them seriously.
I understand they were a game above 500 when the week started. They win today, they're 500. It's not what the Padres and Mets are doing, for crying out loud.
Well, that is true. It's funny, even though in theory the Padres and Mets have better rosters than the Red Sox, but Boston has a better record. So, Yankees and A's for a mighty nooner. Hey, over under 15,000.
Over
under 20,000. How about
Nice.
this?
I'm going to go under. If it's 17.5, I'll go over.
And there you go. That's it. That's all we got this time of year, Free agency begins in the NBA tomorrow night, 6 o'clock. The NHL draft, our buddy's son, 11 a.m.
Kevin Brindley will get taken by noon today, I would imagine.
So there you go. Could be the Lightning. They made a trade yesterday. They're drafting 37th, 5th pick of the second round.
Have a great rest of your day. We'll do it all over again tomorrow morning, 6 a.m. on the Florida Sports Network.
Ladies and gentlemen, once again. Yeah. Hi. Excuse me.
Hey, the line starts back here. Ma'am, if your party's not here, you're going to have to go around again.
If you had the opportunity to avoid all this, wouldn't you?
Salt Live is the official transportation provider of the Miller and Moulton Morning Show, making your trip to and from the airport seamless and stress-free. Salt Live is supported with the help of local partners like the Bayfront Inn. Gather your family and friends and enjoy a leisurely day on the water with a pontoon or deck boat. If you prefer to explore the waterways without a motor, the Bayfront has canoes, standboards, and kayaks. At the end of your journey, enjoy lunch or dinner at the Bamboo Tropical Bar and Grill. The Bayfront Inn, something for everyone on 5th Avenue in downtown Naples. BayfrontInNaples.com. When you need a ride, book with Salt Live Transportation, 308-8686, or book on saltlivetransportation.com.
David Moulton for Napa Auto Parts, and Napa Filters. Insist on Napa Filters for your vehicles, or if you're a do-it-yourselfer, only buy Napa Filters. Napa has a filter for almost anything on earth that moves, whether it's motorcycles, foreign and domestic cars, vans, SUVs, earth-moving equipment. You get the idea. Napa Auto Parts, Napa Filters. Insist on them for your vehicles, or if you're do-it-yourselfer, only buy Napa Filters.
Visit Jason and Todd at the Diamond District.
While talking with my friends Jason and Todd with the Diamond District, the 4th of July came up, and Todd was like,
Jason, the Diamond District is celebrating 20 years in business. Let's give something away for free this 4th of July.
Then Jason, with that aha look on his face, said,
Todd, I had the perfect idea. I was wearing my Bose audio sunglasses at the pool the other day and loved the feel, the look, and the sound. Let's do this. With a purchase of $500 or more, we'll give a pair of these sweet-sounding shades away.
It didn't take Todd long to agree.
Jason, you're brilliant. Who wouldn't want Bose audio sunglasses? And for a purchase of $500 or more, it's a no-brainer.
It is a no-brainer. Now through the 4th of July, free Bose audio sunglasses with your purchase of $500 or more from the Diamond District.
Visit Jason and Todd at the Diamond District.
Located on the East Trail, locally owned Naples Tiki Bar and Grill is an outdoor eatery next to the Hitching Post Shopping Center. Island-inspired food with a true tiki theme. The best place in Naples to enjoy the beautiful weather in Southwest Florida. The Naples Tiki Bar and Grill offers a great menu for dine-in or takeout. Enjoy